Hello and welcome to the Simple Tinker Tavern. I am Jim, aka Argent Widget, and I'm your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Temple Tinker Discord server. If you would like to jump in any games that we have here or run games here, we have lots of players and lots of people interested, and you'll find the description and the link below. The link in the description below. That's what I meant to say. And you'll be able to join in and hop in some new games. We do have some holiday one shots coming up, and for Halloween and lots of other things happening. So, if you're interested, jump in and play some games. But here we are in Avress, and yes, we have a trio again this week. Um, uh, we hope we wish Grim safe travels and such. He's in the middle of traveling around for right now. And Eldon, we'll talk about that in a little bit. But anyway, the group last week, the party there in Raven's Crest all together, was looking into had uncovered a spy who had been passing along information to someone that was passing along information to Wraith and his group of people that were allowed them to steal some items and keep tabs essentially on where the party was at. So they had discovered that it was Corleta, the seamstress who works at Fine Wares, across the street from their house in Ravenscrest, and had found some information out and interrogated her. Got a lot of information about how she was passing along information and everything else. Discovering that she was definitely not pleased with the outcomes or what had happened, and had given up the information that her brother was the one asking for information from her, and her brother happens to be named Corwin, who is the elderly half-elf gentleman the party met in Dravier. Went to his house and found that he was being held captive by some shadow demons and such, along with Amethyst's uh, fellow Shattered Soul, Kiva, who had been there as well. Um, so that he must obviously had more to do with it than they suspected. Um, After that, the party decided to go ahead and partake in the festivities around Wellfest, taking an evening off at the time there, while they kind of figured out what else to do, and had a good time at the Well Festival. Eventually going to bed some point late in the night there, and it takes place. We start up on the next morning, still in Ravenscrest, determining what to do next, as there's a lot of things going on right now. So, our trio of folks here, what would you like to do?
I think the first thing we should be doing is going and getting rid of that coin.
Yeah, sounds like a
The
good
wolf.
idea.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes, you have the coin handed over to you by the Duchess there, linked to the werewolf that had been plaguing the city that you dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what would you like to do with that?
Is it just going to be the three of us, or is
Um, well, it depends on what you're doing, where you're going. So, um, as it is the morning there, we can, as you're making plans on what to do and where to go. Grim, we'll specify Grim is uh, sleeping off a horrendous hangover, as alcohol was mostly free last night and has not woken up as of yet. Um, Eldon hasn't joined you just yet either, as he is working on some projects as normal here. So the three of you have a moment to kind of make some decisions, or at least make some plans.
We wanted to deal with the coin, deal with the guy from um whatchamacallit, from Dravier, and we wanted to deal with the guy.
Quarash?
Yep.
Well, we were going to speak to Ilsley, I think, to try and find out his location. Maybe offer her a bit of a bribe because we know that she wants money.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Well-
as you did a scry on Ilse last time and found that she was in some sort of a strange stone structure and were able to hear sounds of the surf. She suspected a lighthouse of some kind.
Round walls. So
Yes, rounded walls, yes. Sora, you had passed along a message to Tundra regarding looking into lighthouses near Shorehaven.
Mm-hmm.
And the more short answer is that none of the lighthouses either in the city or because there's actually one in the city proper because it's on the shore itself. In fact, there's actually two lighthouses in Shorehaven because there's two harbors essentially. So there's one at each one. They're definitely not there. The only other lighthouses that are not within like short range to go there and check back, and so she's at least alerted the guards to watch out for it. But she doesn't have any information about that yet. So yes, the lighthouses that are in Shore Haven are definitely not where they're holed up.
Awesome. So I have a stronger feeling that it is in the other location where those goblins are.
There's
but when Lucas scried, he said that Ilsley had said that they want to go home, which tells me that they're not home yet.
Mm-hmm.
correct.
So possibly somewhere between Dravia and there.
Yep.
Place beginning with G that is not coming to mind right now.
So
Gezrek.
you do know.
Thank you.
Well, they're from Geswick down here, and you know the last place you saw them was in Dravier, right here. And based on, I believe it was someone made a history check or something along those lines here, and this being Greenhoof Village, the other G thing, where Wraith had taken a victim from there. There could very well be a lighthouse near there, just based on its proximity to the shoreline, and that would be a fairly short. I mean, it's been quite a long time. It's been a while since you've seen Ilsley, so. They could have made their way that way. Obviously, it'd be short of him to head to Gezrek, but again, as what you know of goblins, what you've learned of goblins at least, they have potentially some tremendous debts to pay off and would want to get money before heading back there.
Mm-hmm. So if we offer them like money plus we won't hunt you down and kill you, they might be more inclined to say, right, this is where we think you might be. That's what I'm hoping.
It is possible, and I agree with you. It is, but like goblins in their debt, man. Like, how much would they be in debt?
So,
According
Do
to
we want-
Kemek, when you talk to him about it, it's you paid off your whole life.
Oy.
You never really get out of debt in Goblin Society unless you do something extraordinary or find ways of getting a large influx of money or items to trade. Which is part of the reason why it seems to be a bit more acceptable or prosperous to leave Gezrek and go do missions somewhere else. Even though it's kind of dangerous for them, they can often get some pretty big payouts.
Well, do we want to go talk to them then?
I think coin first,
You
just
think?
in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to wake Grimbar from his sleep?
I mean,
Well, we could do it today. We don't need to do it right now, right this instant. We can wait for everyone to wake up and gather.
mm-hmm.
The best place to be somewhere open, because if Weevil's going to run, we need to be able to bring it down.
Bearing in mind that if we don't have Eldon with us, then the banishment spell is not going to be an issue. So we're going to have to be able to fight it, which is why obviously the more the merrier.
Of course, you're jumping ahead a little bit right now because.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry.
Eldon Alden's just working in his
He's
workshop.
working. Sorry,
Yeah.
but Alnie's not here, so you know.
I know. So,
Sorry.
well, I will say, if you guys wait around a little bit there, I mean, Grimbar will eventually get up and, obviously, is doesn't really have an opinion one way or the other on where you want to go exactly. I mean, he's sort of along for the ride. He does know that the only sort of plot, the only thing that he's heard about that he would want to look into is what's going on with the pirates along the Green Cliffs or the Greenstone Cliff to the north there. Ironheart has mentioned that one. That there seems to be some disturbances, people stealing stuff from up there.
The pirates, I forgot about them.
Yes. So, and just to kind of point that out again, maybe go back to the map. I forgot about that. He's talking about right up here, essentially this area, north, kind of the northern coast of Coppervale, there on the shores. What little you know, he's laid hints about this, and Amethyst, you may have heard a little bit more because he spent some time with Mabel and Ironheart. That Ironheart actually is originally from Silverport over here, but basically these coastal cities are pretty much the lifeblood of trade on the water for Coppervale, and so them having one of their main ports not safe for goods coming and going is a problem. And Ironheart is involved with various shipments and such that come to Mabel and her family.
Right.
So yes,
Will that have any effect on the caravans?
the overland route.
The Everwind Plains.
Not so much. As far as you wouldn't know that per se. These essentially these are just the water-based trade routes. According to, and frankly, with Mabel and Ironheart, they're Mabel like their shipments are going to come through from here over to Port Oris, over the land route, or there's an airship route from up here to here. That's how you got here. And then essentially, think of it this way: is this trade hub here kind of trades with all of the western coastline, and would trade with Scarlos as well. That's sort of their main trade hub with the whole western coastline, essentially. Whereas this trade hub here trades with all of, well, Drakal and Trenzel over here, and any of the settlements along this way. So,
okay. I just wondered if it would have any effect on the Tabaxi and the.
it wouldn't, because I mean, again, it's just the water-based trade period being disrupted right now. So, as far as you know, nothing is affecting the Everwind Plains over here that you've heard of, at least. I mean, you haven't really checked in with your family at all, so I don't know.
Nope.
But yeah,
Do we want to do that?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
So yeah, so Grimbar, I mean, it's the only thing he's really has any personal concerns. At least he's been if possible, to check out what's going on up there and figure out what's hitting ships along that northern coast there. Pirates are a problem, so that could be some of those lines. But we'll just say, as you're kind of making plans, figuring things out, talking things over, Eldon will come to you. And, and he's sort of a little bit uncharacteristically, I guess, doesn't seem as excitable or distracted as normal. He's obviously like seems a bit troubled. I wanted to talk to you all. I have made a decision, and I wanted to let you all know what's happening. I have decided to stay here in Raven's Crest, and not travel around all over. There's a number. I mean, you have a lot of concerns, rightfully so, about the city and what goes on here and people that are here and everything else. And while I think Nimbus is doing a very good job of equipping the town with more practical, useful things for everyday life, I want to stay here and help shore up the defenses. I have plans to have arcane cannons at every gate, multiple places to go, to enhance the guards' defensive armors and weapons and such, so they all can handle more and more threats. But that all takes time and materials and the access to my workshop to do that. And well, I think that's yes, I think that would be very useful. And if I'm not here, I can't do that. I have so many projects and research and things to do, and I think it's best if I stay here. There's a lot to be done, and I can't do that if I'm everywhere all over the world. As wonderful as it is to go and do these heroic and crazy and dangerous things, it's there's too much to do here. There's not enough time.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
And
I miss you, though.
as especially Lucas and Amethyst, you'll notice, and even sorry, you'll notice at least some, maybe not the reasoning behind it, but as he's talking, we'll say that you're in the dining room essentially, having been talking things and laying out maps and figuring out where you're going and things like that. He kind of he's glancing at the doorway, like the doorway to the dining room essentially, like he's looking over that way a little bit, just a little distracted a bit. And with this, Lucas, he's a little sheepish, a little like he's obviously leaving something out.
Wait, Audrey's not pregnant, right?
She,
Well,
Amethyst, wwhy is that the thing you go to every single time? Why?
I don't know.
Like
That's what
every
Bryn's doing it.
those sorts of relations haven't taken place as yet. But well, it just yes, hopefully someday. But that's no.
Mm-hmm.
Eldon,
But
are you sure about this?
about wanting to have relations with Audrey?
No.
Yes, I'm quite sure.
No, I meant leaving and staying here.
Yes. Well, she's going to stay too. I think. Yes, we talked about this, and she's going to stay, and that means that I have myself and Sebastian and Audrey and Nimbus all working as artificers here within the city. We can do so many good things. And well, I want to work with the blacksmith and get an arcane forge set up like the one that was in Port Oris, and materials and devices and engines like Master Nils has. I think there's so much I can do that I can't do if I'm not here in one place.
Well, yeah, that is true. Now we have to find somebody to take Audrey's place on the ship.
I think that wouldn't be very hard to do in Port Oris, as I know Master Nils has many students that he's trained, that any one of them, I'm sure, could step up and take on the role. So I would essentially check in with them, or send a message ahead that maybe someone can likely candidates would be available for you when you do go there later this week.
I miss having you around, buddy.
I will miss you as well. And I promise I will not leave things in your rooms while you're gone.
Sounds like a very
Better not, because I'm 100% sure Iris will kick you out of the house.
I was going to say we'll have to You know, we won't banish you from the house in that case. So, you know,
I-
that's always going to
I-
be about you.
I am aware of that possibility. So, yes, I will be on my best behavior in that respect.
Maybe just special occasions.
Maybe.
Or, you know, if you make new stuff would always be nice.
I mean, if there's anything that you want to have done that I can help with, I can definitely put it on my list of projects. And when you're here, I can deliver those things to you. If there's anything you want to have or get, think. Well, I do have one thing to hand over. I'm not sure who would want this here. I just finished this recently, and I really haven't had a chance to test it very much yet. And he will put out what looks to be like effectively it's shaped a little bit like a gun. It's a little more like a wand. You obviously see his Manatech there, but it is the guiding bolt Manatech item that he had created. So if someone would like to have that, I've tested it out, and I'm going to use this as a prototype idea for some of the guards to use. It would be very, very helpful for follow-up shots or volley shots for our guardsmen to use on the walls when they're firing. They have one of these, and then another one, someone else firing other potential powerful shots and such.
Cool.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to go over and give him a big hug.
He returns it a bit awkwardly, as would be expected.
Doesn't
And I'll
like
say
being
to
touched.
him that obviously I completely understand your reasons for wanting to stay, but once everything's done, if ever, you know, you want to join us again, just let us know.
Of course, I think that if I ever can, I will absolutely be join you on your travels and adventures and such. I think there's just too many things to focus on to do all of those other things.
Mm-hmm.
So let me know which of you would like to have the rod of guiding bolt. I will make sure that ends up in your inventory.
Anyone?
I think for now I can carry it if you want.
Okay. I mean, it is but it just acts like the guiding bolt spell. You just fire it off and use.
Mhm.
So, considering the sword doesn't really have much in the way of range attacks, might not be a bad thing.
Sword has no range attack.
Yep.
Remember, she
So-
jumped off
Does not.
the ship.
Yes. Yes.
Is that like once a day or something?
No, it actually has 4 shots,
Mm-hmm.
so four charges.
And it gives you advantage on your next shot or something.
Yes, and then next attack. Yeah, 46 radiant damage and just an advantage for the next attack made against the target.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Someday I may have more of as I said, if there's anything you would like to have, maybe Manatech or modifications or anything else like that, having larger accumulators so you have more shots, just let me know. I can prepare those things for you. And I do know because of the chest on Serenity there, the ship, the one that we get from Boom, I can transfer items to Port Oris and then have that put into the chest so you can retrieve them. So I can make sure that things are sent to you without you having to make trips back here special for them.
That's great. Thanks, Haldon.
Yes, of course. It's exciting to be able to work on new things and potentially learn many more things. I think seeing what sorts of inventions and innovations we can come up with, this is a good thing. Yes.
I think having you in town as well, and if anything happens here, to let us know. I mean, you know, with Lucas, we can be here in a minute, so
I do have a sending stone.
yeah, I think that's a great idea as well, to be honest. So, you know, it's a good thing right now. I'll
and
see
I
him,
will
sir.
also ensure safeguards to make sure that nothing tampers with our teleportation circle, like they did with the one in Dravier. So that would be.
You can keep your eye on that old lady next door as well.
Yes, there is that too. I will install many potentially stinky surprises for her if he doesn't behave.
And if you could set up some sort of lifelike model just staring out through that top window, just directly at her house to make her think someone's sitting in the window, that'd be great.
I think I'll see what I can do. Yes, it would be fun. Yes.
Does Audrey need a room in the house, or will she be sharing yours? Is that too much?
I think
of a personal question.
She sort of made it well known that the room in the basement is not going to be mine. We're going to take the one that Sebastian's in, and he'll take my room, and we'll kind of go from there. There is the short way down to the basement through the closet there, so I can use that when I want to.
Awesome.
Yes.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah,
Oh, look at you all growing up.
So you say to the oldest person in the party.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, so effectively, that's the second floor, first floor. So effectively, this change will happen eventually here. This will become essentially their room there with the way down to the basement through there.
That's a grey square for me.
It is.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be for long. Maybe
I'll
we'll
refresh.
zoom in or.
No, I can see all the people just on the grey square.
Then there's
Weird.
something wrong with your wrong with your roll 20 then. 'Cause then
Yes, 5 for me.
Roll 20 hates me. There we go.
Yeah.
It's happened now. I refresh.
Okay. So yeah, they'll be up here, effectively, and
There was also a picture of a dude on there that isn't there now. So
yeah, I took it off there. That's when Gilby was there talking to you last time. That's why.
Oh yeah.
I think having him next to Iris will be very funny. She could keep a closer eye on him and make sure he's not up to shenanigans.
Sure. Yeah, so effectively, Sebastian will move down to the basement room there next to the workshop, and they'll take that room. And
Got a couple of name labels on this.
I know
It's
it's good. Only change. I know. I realize that. So some changes will have to happen here. Obviously, some rooms will be switched around. But yeah. So obviously we have time to discuss things and talk before you decide to go anywhere. But I of course wish you all the best and want to hear about the things that you do and anything that I can help with. You just say the word. I will do what I can.
Of course. You keep in touch too, dude.
Of course. Well, I will be here. So when you come home, I will be here to see what we can do. I do have plans for enhancing some of the security around the farms, and the hunters' camps, and whatever we can do to make sure that the loggers are more safe on their route heading up into the forest. And yes, many things.
Awesome.
We were talking about getting rid of the werewolf coin if you were available.
Oh, I could potentially do that. So gonna make me play somebody play like potentially two NPC characters.
No.
You didn't tell Rob you didn't want to.
Yep.
I am doing nothing.
So I would say this,
What do you
since
want?
you asked him, he's just sort of like, I could do that, I suppose. Well, depends on where you're going and how long we'll be gone, and think that there's it could be dangerous. Yes. But well,
I think we'll be alright if you want to stay. I think the four of us will be fine.
yeah. That means that so as the creature, entity, person, thing bound to the coin is extraplanar in nature. If you defeat it, it will revert back to its plane of origin.
Mhm.
That's how devils and fiends and fays all work, at least of a certain power level. So it should revert back, and as long as the chain, the bindings with the coin are broken, then it will be, it will be, um, it will be sent back.
Mhm.
I think we'll be keeping it here on the material plane.
And we fought it before and beat it, so we know it's doable.
Of course, and it won't be able to surprise you, as it will be right there where the coins are, and you are. Yes,
And there won't be all the werewolves with it like there was last time.
true.
So yeah, I think we'll be okay. But
It's gonna be, different, big change. We'll be
Okay.
all right. I got 2 swords, hammers.
Whatever those things are.
Mm-hmm.
we paladin 2 weapon.
Well, I won't. I have projects to work on. So make sure you check in before you leave anywhere. And if there's anything you need from me, please tell me. Let me know.
We'll do well done.
What if you do?
We'll miss you.
I'll miss you very much as well. But then I'm here with all your stuff. And he goes wandering out. Wandering out.
Oh man.
Your rooms, at least.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll notice as he leaves the dining room there, you will see Audrey standing in the hallway. I'm not so much listening in, but at least sort of like
Waiting for him.
and she kind of puts a hand on his shoulder and kind of walks out of view.
She better not be making him stay.
I mean, you can ask her about that.
No, I'm sure that he would have not had that happen.
Okay. Well, as mentioned before, just to say, little aside here, that we wish Elney all the best with his projects and these he has going on in real life, which is keeping him from being able to play. So keep an eye on the space down there. There might be a new face down there at some point in the future. Not rushing into anything, but we'll see what happens in that slot down there.
And also, if you ever need to come back to us, we're always here.
Absolutely, yes. And we
We're
can make
it.
Yes, absolutely. So, with that, what is your plan? What would you like to do?
Where did you want to go to deal with the werewolf? Sora, Lagos.
Somewhere open, somewhere we
Um,
can't get away.
I mean,
No,
when we
but-
discussed it last time, we were talking about going back to Anokharun and doing it where we did the last one. But I mean, if you can think of anywhere that's closer and easier to get to, I know that you can teleport there and back, but
Just an open area. Like, it's got nowhere to hide.
What I'm worried about going back to the desert in Nelkarin is that army of the undead.
Yeah, the wraiths, sand wraith.
Yeah. So maybe we do it.
you wanted to stay and fight them last time.
I did. I totally was going to. I was ready. I was saving all of myself to be able to do that during that fight. Let me tell you. All right.
Just to point it out there, an open space there, because you can't really tell on the map here, but the area to the south of Raven's Crest there is fairly open. There's trees and such, but the thick forest is to the north of the town, of the city. To the south, there are sections that are quite open. There's trees spotted around everywhere, small copse of tree, but the woods and everything else are much like less dense to the south. And there are, even within like an hour or so ride, you could get into a nice open plain space.
Okay.
So just you wouldn't have to go halfway across the world to find a place that's with open space.
Sounds good.
But weirdly, you could get there a lot quicker than walking all the way down to there.
Sure, yeah. I mean, you can kind of pick and choose your spot along the way. Just how far outside the city limits do you want to deal with it?
Yeah, I don't think we should stay too close because obviously we don't want a werewolf on the loose.
I don't think we should be too far away either, just in case something funky happens and we need help.
We'll be fine.
Yeah. As I said, we dealt with it before with other werewolves as well, and I know there was one more of us, but I think we'll be okay. It's just the thing. It's just the one thing, and I don't know.
Okay.
Let's try it and see what happens. What's the worst that can happen?
All right. Well, I just realized something. I don't have an open plane map. I forgot that bit. Let me see what I've got here that'll work.
We
Just
got
a
one.
moment.
We look.
Use your mind's eye.
Yeah, it's true. It's one on many. So, effectively, yeah. Essentially, we can just kind of use the space down over here. So,
So getting ready to set out, I'll give an inspiring speech to everyone. So
excellent.
we'll get 18 temporary hit points.
No.
18. Woohoo!
So, it will just be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Grimbar will be along with you.
Cool.
So as you find a nice open spot, there's a couple of trees dotted around, but nothing that's thick or really anything to hide behind. You find a fairly open space when it comes in terms of area where you can do this. So I will let you figure out any other preparations as you prepare to deal with the werewolf coin.
Before we leave, I would like to say, hey, Alden. Can
Yes,
we get that coin off you before we go?
Coin. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He will reach into his bag of holding there, pull it out, and it's wrapped up in a bundle essentially. So he's not touching it or anything, and we'll hand it over. Of course, yes. Here, be safe, be careful, and I will look forward to hearing what happens.
Yeah. We'll let you know. Full rundown.
Okay.
ASAP.
All right.
Cheers, buddy.
Of course.
Jim, I am going to do one thing before we
Sure.
start.
Mhm.
I'm going to cast Protection from Evil and Good
Sure.
on Amethyst.
All right.
On me?
So make sure you're aware of that. Make sure you have that. Keep that in mind for your. Actually, I will put this on here that you are concentrating on a spell.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
And
Okay.
that means creatures who attack her have disadvantage on attack rolls.
Excellent.
And they cannot be charmed, frightened, or possessed. Possessed being the key word there, Amethyst.
I don't think werewolves can possess anybody, can they?
No. Well, you don't know.
No.
You assume not. You don't know.
How do I
What this
know?
one can do exactly.
Unless I hold the coin in my hand. But
So, one thing I will Grimbar is going to do something a little bit odd, and I can't believe he never thought of doing this himself before. Sora, Grimbar essentially tucks one of his belts, one of his daggers, into your belt.
Awesome. Okay.
mm-hmm.
Do I know he did it?
Well, he'll say, "Can I put this in?" Can I put this in your belt?
Mm.
And so he kind of tucks it in your belt there. That way he can teleport to you from wherever he's at.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Um, and effectively, he kind of like takes up a stance there. You want me to stick and stab, or you want me to shoot the thing?
All right. I think right now let's stick with shoot the thing. But if it gets a little hairy, then let's take this down.
Okay.
A werewolf if it gets hairy. That's funny.
So he will go ahead and kind of take a stance there, and he actually move over to a tree that's within range, and just kind of slip in and hide behind it. He'd be
Where
kind of like,
exactly are you guys gonna do the process? Are we gonna do it more over here?
whichever.
Well, it's wherever Lucas and Amethyst are going to use the spell.
hmm So without the book, it's a little bit more difficult.
I
You don't.
forgot we don't have the book.
It still is a dispel magic check to do this. As you kind of uncover the coin, it looks identical to the rest of the coins that you've seen. That same platinum coin, the tower that you recognize as the Wizard's Tower from Dravier, but smudged in black, and the profile of a man's face.
Hmm.
You still
Nothing to
don't recognize
indicate.
that man's face, right?
You know it's the Dark King. He had these
Mm,
coins made. So it was
okay.
his image there. I don't know you've ever seen him specifically in the visions. You actually no, in the dream, I believe you did actually see him giving you orders.
Or when I
Mm.
was the Chain Devil.
Yep. And that
Okay.
the vision of Lucia's that you were trapped in for one of the evenings.
Mhm.
Um. So yes, you will see that the coin looks as you're not touching it there. You can sense the power, Lucas. You can kind of. It isn't as strong or as powerful as it was whenever you had the book before, but you can still kind of hear that. You of anyone can still sort of hear that grinding sound, that almost more of a clink of metal, maybe chains of some kind.
Yeah.
Sort of a mix of low, barely audible sounds.
Just before we're ready to do it, I will cast Bless on myself, Sora, and Grimbar. Kind of do 3 people
Right.
Mhm.
from there. Bracer. So.
Sorry.
I am blessed.
Okay. That's the red dot from y'all.
Didn't even hear you sneeze.
Achoo.
Sora has no active conditions. Why did that just come up?
Because
No
I
idea.
was looking for a way to apply blessed to my
Oh.
character sheet, like we can in Roll20.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can do it on Beyond 20, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah, beyond 20.
You click on the advanced option and then put the 1d4 in custom damage formula bonus and custom roll dice formula bonus.
Yes.
Custom damage dice formula bonus, I believe.
Let me just see if we can make this work here. And since I have not done that, where is it? Okay, it's over here. Never mind. I see it. Okay. All right. Well, as before, there is a dispel check on this. As dispel magic, as it is dispel magic, you do have to make the check because the effect is higher than 3rd level. So for both you, Amethyst and Lucas, it would be a charisma check.
Do we know how high a level it is?
You don't exactly. As this is not really a spell base, it's more of a... Okay. It's not a specific spell that's being cast.
Do we know, would it be easier if we cast it at a higher level? Or would it still be the same?
No, because you still have to make the check there. Unless it's higher than you can cast it. I'll just say that much. So it doesn't apply the difference. It still makes you make the check, and so if it's higher than what you can cast it at, then it's basically 10 plus the spell's level as the DC. So Amethyst. So in coordination, Amethyst is kind of preparing there. You see her kind of getting ready to release the magic into that. If there's anything else you want to do there, Lucas, go ahead and make your charisma check. Yep, and so, I mean, you could try to cast it the highest when you can, but I'll just let you know that...
Wow.
Oof. Okay.
I
He
think
didn't
okay.
need.
Yeah. So
He didn't even roll for
effectively,
bless. He just rolled.
yep, exactly. Just perfect there. So Lucas, you kind of like the feeling is there. Amethyst, you kind of get ready, and you've done this before here. You kind of feel this you almost hear as well as feel this like as the link of a chain snaps. At the same time, Lucas, you just do the same thing, and both. And before you would hold the book, and use that as the focus to break through the. Now you're both sort of like both casting into the coin and whatever is bound to it. Well, you don't, so it's an odd sensation. But Lucas, as you feel the chain snap, as Amethyst releases the spell, you kind of see. It's almost like you can kind of see this ghostly, ethereal-looking chain, sort of snapping back, and you follow it really quickly and see this hulking dark shape that just sort of like comes into view, and it's large, and you just sort of look up there and you see kind of that chain whipping around, and just almost contemptuously and the chain from the creature snaps as well. The coin just sort of sits there inert, but you will see that this wolf-like shape, this large hulking creature, and we're just going to go ahead and check something else here.
As soon as it materializes, Jim, like I feel like I can hit it. I'm probably going to do so.
Sure. Well, essentially, we're going to go ahead and let me set things up here and roll for initiative. Before you do that, let me get the tracker up there.
Mm-hmm.
And did it really just do that? Sure did. All right.
Wow. I rolled pie.
You did roll pie, and I'm eating pie. Isn't that funny?
Okay. I do want to fix that real quick because I realize it did not do his initiative quite right. Oh wow. Amethyst, roll me a d20. Actually, never mind.
Huh, I did it.
Oh,
What?
well, you did.
What?
Fine.
What happened?
Well, because you the exact same initiative as him.
Oh.
Okay, so he will go first, which actually
You
sort of
both
makes
got
sense.
pie?
Yes, he also got pie.
Wow, what the hell?
And
Does
let
that
me
mean we're
roll.
going to eat pie together? Aww.
I'm eating
Sure.
pie. I don't know about you.
Wait, you might have hair in his pie.
Mhm.
Oof. Okay, Grimbar gets to go first.
Nice,
Oh.
Grim.
Dang it! This is gonna be a problem.
What?
Why?
It didn't come up as Grim.
Yeah, it did on our end.
Came up as werewolf.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You can change it, just click on the number.
Yes, but the icon, it didn't put Grim on the initiative.
You Do you have his token set as still him?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't roll it for his token. Okay, there he goes. Now I need to swap these out here. He actually got a
25.
he got the 25.
Mm-hmm.
And come on.
And the werewolf got
And the werewolf-
hairy pie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now we can get this descended. And effectively this thing just sort of like comes into view. And you see, you fought this thing before. It's much larger in this form. As it was before, it was large. It was like 7-8 feet tall. It's well over 12 feet tall. This thing is huge.
Wow.
And you face the beast unbound.
Awesome.
As Grim will go first, it's like, oh no, and will just shoot immediately from hiding. And we'll see if I have him selected still, if this works. It'll be with roll it twice. It's a 15. Does not hit as he kind of like takes the shot. And what is that? It's so weird. The effects are really strange. The character sheet here. So the shot, actually, you will see it. He nails the shot. It hits, but it just thuds into the thick hide of the creature there, and doesn't really embed itself in. It just sort of reaches up and just kind of swats it away, just like a toothpick sticking into its hide. Just no damage. Grim will then essentially let's see. Let me go ahead and make a hide check and see if he can stay out of view. Yep, no problem. He takes a shot there, and then sort of like just like slides me down there, and stays out of view. Okay, Lucas. This thing appears, and you kind of like expecting to see something this big, and you like look up and realize it's much taller than you remembered. As this thing is towering over you. You will say you're not in melee range. We'll move you back a little bit. You don't need to be that close to it.
So who was the werewolf in our dreamlike state?
That would have been, I believe, Torben.
Okay.
Because he was using claws instead of daggers.
I'm gonna cast Hold Monster.
Okay.
How?
Let's see how it does. It has a wisdom save, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
22. So you're sort of like kind of glance over your shoulder there. No, I don't think so. And he's sort of like, and he starts to freeze up a little bit, just glaring over his shoulder at you.
I will give Bardic Inspiration to Sora.
Okay. I can't do two. So we'll put another die on you, temporary one. We'll call it do that. So that's your Bardic Inspiration.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, all the dots. Yes.
All the dots on the swords. Yep. Okay.
So Sora, this thing just sort of like glances over its shoulder at there. You're easily within range to run up to it. So.
Oh yeah, I'm totally gonna run up to him, and I'm just gonna smack him once.
Okay.
On the nose with a newspaper.
I hope so.
You had to jump to him in the nose, but
I could do that with a 20.
yeah, you definitely will hit him there. Just roll your damage.
I didn't activate Giant's Might, so don't put that on.
It was. I'm seeing just 7 damage. Is that right?
Yep, thunder damage rolled a 1.
Okay. And
I love it.
And you rolled a 1 on your normal damage too. Okay, you're awesome.
Yep, sure did. I am
damage.
today.
Oh, what a great start. At least you
So
hit me.
you just thud into it. You get 2 attacks. So you roll. Attack again.
I get to roll again. Yep.
So click off Giant's Might this time.
No, it's on from the other thing.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay.
Well, there's the total
Uh,
damage.
yeah.
Is it going to roll? Tell me how much I rolled.
Yeah. It's a total
9
12.
plus 13.
What?
9 plus 13.
10 plus 13. Where do you see that?
Um,
Did
that
you
was my
smite?
D20. Mm-mm.
Right. So you hit
My
with 22. Right. Yeah. Look at the
right.
damages right there. Yeah. Total of 12 damage.
Yep.
So 12. Okay.
That's
Yeah. So you thud into it there, and it's like, it definitely it takes it.
my bonus action. Bonus action is where I'll do Giant Smite.
Okay.
So, yeah, yep.
You're gonna grow. Gonna get big.
I'm gonna get as big as him if I can.
So I will go ahead and do that because it'll be fun. So you effectively grow up to its size. Essentially, you're both now large creatures. As you're standing a little bit taller than it now, but it's hunched over a little bit. So it's actually you think if you hold its head all the way back there, you'd basically be about eye to eye. So you are now looking at it like. So you are both. So Sora is now large as well.
Now you can pick on somebody your own size.
All right, and he just lashes out and smacks you in the face with a claw. And no, it's not his turn, but he did that anyway.
Well, like legendary actions or something.
23 to hit.
Or something.
That will hit, yes.
So 12 slashing damage. It's just
I will cutting words that.
to lower the deck roll.
Or attack roll, yeah.
Okay, so roll your bardic inspiration. Roll the die. I mean,
Me or
Or of his attack.
19 does not hit. Then so ignore that damage. Then Sora. As
okay.
as he does that, as he slashes out at you, you see the claws coming there. Lucas calls out whatever Lucas calls out. Nope. You
Bad
suck.
dog.
Bad dog. Oh god.
Bad
And he sort of like
dog.
and you see him sort of like glance that way the second there as the claws just sort of like rake right over top of you, Sora. Just kind of just barely miss. It's kind of like whoa, as the claws just swipe by your face.
Cool.
All right, that would be then Amethyst. You're up. Or sorry, that was your turn. Amethyst, now you're up.
Okay. I know Sora's right up next to it, but nobody else is, are they?
Nobody's familiar with it right now. Yes.
I would like to cast a spell that has a 20-foot radius, but I would like to do it kind of like so it just gets him and goes behind him, if you know what I mean. Is that possible?
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas, how far back are you? How far are you generally?
More than 20 feet away.
Yeah, more.
Okay, so we'll put you back about here, Amethyst. You're back about here. I mean, you're about 30 feet back. We'll just call it that. And so yeah, you want to kind of run your spell so it goes through him and down. Okay. What's the spell?
It's called Synaptic Static.
Yeah.
It's only 8d6 damage, but
Intelligence save.
it's an intelligence 18 save.
Okay.
And if he fails it, he has muddled thoughts for a minute. Rolls a d6 and subtracts it from its attack rolls and ability checks. As well as constitution saving throws to maintain concentration, but I don't know if he actually casts any spell.
Well, with that though, he's gonna go ahead and burn a legendary resistance.
Of course he is.
Ooh. Well, that's one.
I mean, that's a little too much. Just as the static starts to like take hold of his mind, he's sort of and just sort of like growls and like shakes it away from him.
Does he not take the damage either then?
Is it half the damage, right? Is it half damage? Is it half damage? Does it say? It should say in the spell.
Yeah, half as much.
Okay, so yeah, he'll take half damage. So you can see he's definitely like wincing at the pain in his head, essentially, but he shakes off the effects of it. The worst of the worst effects of it. Glares over at you.
And with that, I shall back off a bit.
Okay.
Hide behind a tree.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. 1 sec. Let me just check something real fast. At the end of your turn, what's that? That's not the right thing. What are you doing, Jim?
We don't know, and that's the beauty of it all.
It's life,
Yep.
Jim, but not as we know it.
2 legendary actions left.
You say 2?
Yeah.
Ignore me.
He has 3. He's used 1 so far.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Is there one? Sure, why not? Just as you all have kind of unleashed attacks on him and kind of forced some saves and all that, it just lets out this bellowing howl, and you all just feel kind of the sound hit you, and you all need to make wisdom saving throws. As he does, unearthly howl.
Remember that myself and Amethyst cannot be charmed.
This isn't a charm; it's frightened.
She cannot be
Ooh.
frightened.
Why not?
I've got advantage against being charmed or frightened.
Frightened. That's
But
right.
I can be.
You
I
still,
can,
you
I
still
think
made
I
it.
can.
He's 15. See if Grim
Wait.
can make this saving throw.
Protection
But
from
that's
evil.
what I'm doing.
Protection from evil. The target cannot be frightened or charmed.
Oh, that's what it is. Protection you can.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
You were getting there. I was letting
Exactly.
you get there.
But I do have advantage as
I
well.
will say the bless came in handy for Grim there because he would have
I
failed
didn't even
otherwise.
roleplay.
Yep.
I
So
didn't even roleplay.
you
Whoops.
all
Okay.
sort of kind of feel the kind of the fear settle into you, and you just shake it off there. Lucas, you're just kind of, nope, I'm good with this, because you have done fear on more people than anyone else, I think, at this point, because with their
I'm drunk.
isn't whispers.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. You recognize it and go, nah, whatever.
Uh-huh.
But now it's his turn.
Uh-huh.
So, it's going to. I just want to double check something a little faster because I think
Therefore I am.
one of his things he can do is a bonus action. Pretty
One
sure
of the
it is.
things he can do is die.
Shush.
That's all he can do right now.
No. I won't.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect. All right, so he's going to go ahead and just store with you right there, just sort of lay into attacks, just
Mhm.
and just like you large creature, I like it. and and he actually looks at you like, you could be gifted with the power that I have. Just let me take a bite. As he
The
will
last
claw at
person
you.
who tried to take a bite was a joke.
Is he going to
So-
try and bite your boob again? Like that vampire did?
So he does claw one time there, a 25 to hit for 11 slashing damage.
Yep, he did. He did attempt to claw my boob right there.
And then 26 for 12 slashing damage.
So 20.
He's sort of like, yes, 26 and 25 and a 26.
No, I
So,
mean
yeah,
damage was
23 damage, yes. Yes.
Yep. Mhm.
And then he will lunge forward to bite at you. And it's more just, I mean, he's just trying to bite at your head, essentially.
He has to specify now,
But-
Bertie.
Yes, because otherwise you will make it that, and that's not what it is. But at 17, you manage to just dodge back out of the way as the bite snaps into place.
Totally would have.
So, at that he's like, well, I guess not then. And he will then cast a spell as you see him sort of like reach down and his form starts to blur a little bit. Like his whole body sort of like goes kind of into a blurry state for a moment. I don't know if anything. Yeah, and he will just go.
Hey, Jim, quick
Just,
question.
yeah.
If I use Sentinel, does that work on whatever it is that he's about to do?
I don't know that it does.
Okay.
Bring up Sentinel real fast. I want to see what the wording of that is.
When a creature within 5 feet of you makes an attack against a target other than you, you can use your reaction to make the melee
Sure,
weapon attack against the creature.
not that part.
Which part?
He's not making an attack on anyone else but you right now, so this part doesn't apply. So what part?
Okay.
when you want to use Sentinel, what part are you talking about here? Because
I thought he was attacking somebody other than me.
well, he is, but he's going to do something else first.
Okay.
So as he casts a spell of some kind, his form blurs, and he will go. You just roll a die. Okay. And he just sort of like, woof, and he moves impossibly fast, and it does not provoke an attack opportunity, which that's the part I was like, if his movement, he's not using. So what does Sentinel say in terms of opportunity attacks?
Withdraw.
Yeah, he didn't use it withdraw. He didn't use the disengage action.
Creatures provoke opportunity attacks from you, even if they take disengage actions before leaving your reach.
Yeah, he didn't disengage. He cast Zephyr Strike.
Oh, of course he
As a
did.
bonus action.
Here, hold on.
And effectively, he gets right on top of you, Lucas. And but unfortunately, he has not. He's already made his attacks, but he's now right there in your looming over top of you. That's his bonus action. That was his moves. He's all set. So it is now Grim's turn. Well, Grim can definitely take his shot. It's like, I got him this time. As he shoots and does hit. Excellent. So he will get to add his sneak attack there. I'm not sure how to do. I never run a rogue on D&D Beyond, so I'm like, where does this go?
Sneak attack is down a little bit further from
Right,
where
so
the weapons
damage first. Oh, he put it automatically. Never mind.
are.
So nice. Okay. So an arrow thuds into his back there. Look, you can see him sort of like wince at the shot as it hits him, kind of behind the shoulder in the back, high up on the back. And he kind of glances over his shoulder at where the attack came from. Maybe next time. And anything else he wants to do as a bonus action? I don't think he can do much. Guess that will have to do for him. He's doing the bonus actions to really do. So, yep, he's all set. So, Lucas, you're up. Actually, as a legendary action, after Grimbar finishes, the werewolf will just reach down and claw you, just kind of sweeping his claws down at you. Yes. 17. Not hit, I don't think, does it?
No, not.
Okay. They just sort of like come down. You just sort of like, as the claws, you can kind of feel them just bypassing your face and down the course of your body there. Not just barely like out of reach there. You can almost smell kind of the almost like caked blood or something on the nails on the claws as he rakes it down past your face there and misses. And that's him. So you're up.
I'm gonna move around him.
Okay. Okay. Yep.
Cast this.
Oh boy. My wisdom save, please. 27. Good lord. So you still take half the damage though. So
Yeah, 12, 25.
okay. So yes, he does. He's sort of like, no, I don't think so. And he just sort of like, as you kind of like, stop squirming around. And he looks down at you.
I will give.
Oh, one thing. Let me do something real fast. I need to do a quick little con save for him. I just realized he's good. Sorry.
I give Bardic Inspiration to Grimbar.
Okay. Grim will take that little bardic inspiration as well. Okay.
You done?
Is it?
Yep.
End of your turn, he will just sort of like spin around there and just kind of reach the claws like right around there trying to hit you again. This time he's going to actually give himself advantage because he can do that with Zephyr Strike once per while his spell is being maintained. 15, nope. Wow. You just sort of like dance back out of the way as the claws and the Zephyr Strike disappears. So the blurring motion to his form sort of stops. So he was sort of in that almost blurry state. And as he makes that swipe at you there, the blur disappears. So Sora,
Hey,
yes,
Dogface.
you are in range to get up to him with a single move. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Dogface. I said to attack me, not them. I'm gonna run
Sure.
and jump up on him.
Okay.
And then hit him again. But this time Giant's Might will work because
Yep.
I already have it activated.
And make sure you have, if you need to, you have Bless as well, which you shouldn't need to.
Mm-hmm.
As you roll a 1? No, it's fine. Yeah.
Nope.
So total of 19 damage. Nice.
Yeah, that's a D4 for the hit. But yeah, that's fine.
Oof.
25 to hit him.
Yeah, he takes it.
Uh-huh. And then I'm gonna do it again.
Okay.
This time I'm going to put a smite into it.
Okay. You could choose to do that afterwards.
Yes, but I am doing that now.
You don't need to change. You definitely hit with 28.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So again, so 20 plus your smite damage.
I'm trying to remember how much smite damage I do now.
It's 2d8 normally, unless you spend a higher spell slot.
Yep, and I did. So 3d8.
Okay, 3d8. Yep. So 8. Wow.
8. Mm-hmm.
So 28. Okay. Woof. So yeah, he's not happy with that. He's looking pretty ragged at this point. You definitely see him. He's like, he's got a lot of well, it's the arrow sticking into his back, and then you thud it into him like solidly twice now, and once somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
So he's definitely, you'll see that actually like he's favoring his left arm a little bit as there's this massive like sunken in place there, somewhat burned by the radiant energy as well. And so yeah, I just die already, or let me just. I can give you all the power that you need to do whatever you want. Just let me take a bite.
I got that from Bahamut. Thanks. Try again.
Hey, hairy boy, do you remember last time we killed you?
Really scaled beast. You took down a pathetic worm I was attached to.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He was an old...
animal.
Barely in control of his own self.
And now we get to send you home.
Well, it is. Well, it does. We'll go ahead and. I mean, yeah. Let's see. Hmm. Make another claw attack then. Sora will claw at your face essentially.
Uh-huh.
How?
His last legendary action. 30 to hit for 13 slashing. Good lord. Ah, one away from a crit. Darn. Wouldn't matter against you anyway. You don't take crits.
Mm-mm.
So, but definitely hits. And he just kind of like catches you on the jaw there, and then across the shoulders.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Let's go, big boy.
Okay, Amethyst, you're up. You can kind of see the melee there of the two giants essentially, and then Luca's kind of hiding behind, just barely in view.
Here we go.
Okay, let's put more things on the field. Okay.
Yeah. Why not?
Sure.
Kill
Well,
that
now you're
hairy boy.
totally overwhelmed.
Yeah, at this
A
point.
little bit. Well, if he's going to resist all my spells, I'm going to have to make sure that I'm physically hurting him.
Well, he can't resist the spells that require an attack roll. He just
Mm-hmm. That's okay. I can still do them as well as the slot hitting him.
sure. So make the attacks from the slot. 15 with the bonus will hit, and 24 that definitely hits. Oof. Yep, you see it just tears like chunks of fur from the hide of this thing as its blood goes flying and kind of spills down his side. Just sort of looking around, seeing everyone around him. Let's see. No. This will never do. What is his movement? Oh, yeah. Okay. What it is. Okay. You will see him so looking around at this group of people around him here, and will begin to go blurry once more as he says, and he says something like low under his, like growling into his voice there, and you can see him sort of like saying something in who speaks Sylvan?
Somebody does.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lucas, you're the one close up to hear this because you're right on top. You're right behind him essentially. He starts to say in Sylvan, basically, "Strike of the wind, give me speed," as he's essentially doing that. He will then move 70 feet, which would be enough to get to Amethyst.
Mm-hmm.
Without provoking attacks of opportunity, and just and this time we'll be able to make all of his attacks. First
How
one
far
with
is Amethyst from us?
within 70 feet.
But not within 30.
No,
Okay.
you literally moved. He moved 30 feet over to get to Lucas, and so Amethyst moved up and around. So just kind of
Gotcha. Okay.
Because I believe the range on the slot is 90 feet. Yeah, so you could have cast it all the way over there. So, but yeah, he will rush up to you and deliver some attacks. Amethyst. Claw. 15 does not hit you, does it? Actually, since he used this there, it will be the 22. So 12 slashing damage. There's an advantage on this first hit. Second strike. 14 does not hit, though. I don't think.
Nope.
Okay. And then he would try to bite you. 23.
Yep.
15 piercing damage. And I need you to give me a Constitution
I'll
saving throw.
use cutting words on that one. On the
23?
Yeah.
What's the range of cutting words?
60 feet.
He's 70 feet away.
You said I was
Well,
within 70 feet.
sure.
You
Okay,
didn't
well,
say I
you're
was
right
there.
on. Okay then.
Guys,
I mean,
come on.
this is why we don't. You want me to use a battle mat, and that way then I'll do it. I have to pull out a battle mat. But I mean, we're kind of doing theater of the mind here, so. Lucas, let's just do this then, Lucas. Since we are in theater of the mind here, let me give me a performance check to project your voice loud enough for him to hear you. He is growling and slashing away at this time here, so let's see how well you roll on that. Nice. Okay, so go ahead and roll the your roll. Does use your reaction, correct?
Yeah, reaction.
Yeah. Okay. So that'll be a 19. Does that 19 hit you?
No.
Okay. So effectively, you just hear kind of the low growl, the hot breath, the stench of blood and the kill essentially, as it just snaps, just past your ear, enough to kind of like nick your ear a little bit, but not enough to actually cause any real damage. And you just barely survive, get out of the range of that.
Okay, dude, you need a Tic Tac.
I would assume you think that's an insult. I don't know what that means.
Dog breath.
Better than cat breath.
Mm-mm.
Ooh,
Not even.
And
they're fighting like cats and dogs over there.
exactly.
Game
So
Boy
that
loves this.
is round there. He is no longer blurring, by the way. Okay. Grim's turn. Grim will take the shot. He doesn't. He will. Since he's not moving, he'll go ahead and give himself steady aim and then shoot the bow. What's his range on the bow? Range is 80 feet. Yep, he's within range. Okay. Because he's actually right there where you guys are.
All right.
16 will hit exactly. He will manage to hit and do some damage here. With Amethyst in melee range, 29 damage. Woof. You see another arrow thud into his side there, Amethyst. And he, as he is hit by it.
No. Oh, puppy.
And well, at the end of Grim's turn, he will go ahead and lash out at you again, Amethyst, because you're right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Ooh.
fuck.
19
Well, damage isn't that high.
slashing damage. Yeah. I mean, it's an extra 2d6. He didn't roll super high. So, another 19 damage, though. And I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw. Concentration check for the slot.
Misses the slot. No.
You're okay. Because it's half the damage over 10, whichever is higher. So, and he did 19. So yeah, that'll be. Oh wait, 19. No, 19 would be half. Would be 9. 19 would be the DC. The slot goes away.
Okay.
Half the damage. Half 19 would be 9. 19's a DC.
Huh?
Right?
Mm.
Because the concentration
it's
check was
10
it?
or half the damage. I thought it was.
Well, whichever is higher.
Whichever's
Oh,
higher.
half the damage. You're right. Not just 10 plus half the damage. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was a bit
right, put 'em back
confused
there.
then.
Yeah, I will put him back. Never mind. Yeah. There you go. Cool.
Been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't even know how far to move the slot now. Like, I hate not having a battle mat. It's problematic.
You
Well,
let
what's the
Jim
slot's
do it.
movement?
40.
Okay. It had to move more than 40 to get to you, so that's why
I
you had
know.
to use. So it could get there in a move and an action move, but it could get there in a single move.
Mm-hmm.
So it would not be able to move and attack. But it is Lucas' turn.
So is your sludge friendly to us?
Mhm.
Unless she says otherwise.
It does what I tell it to do. I told it to fight the hairy boy.
Hey, I might be hairy. You don't know if Lucas is hairy underneath.
Why? I mean,
Got
I
a hairy
do.
face.
And he is.
How big's your slod?
Large size, I
Yeah.
think. So over probably about 10 feet tall.
Medium aberration.
Oh, medium. Never
Medium.
mind. Okay.
Oh,
So it's like
Mhm.
so it's about 7. It's about a little over 7 feet tall. We'll just say.
And Sora's large now, isn't she?
Yes, Sora is large. Yes.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Sora's about 14 feet tall.
So I'll move to the slod, and then I'll cast. And move us both next to it.
Okay. Excellent.
You'll have to move your slod.
I did.
Yep.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
I moved it when you moved yours.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So that's your action. Any bonus action?
Give bardic inspiration to Amethyst.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay then. Anything else you want to do?
No, that's all I can do.
And the return it will go ahead and. How's Amethyst looking, by the way?
She has 100 hit points.
She looks
Left?
gorgeous. Is that what she
Okay.
looks
Left.
like?
She had
So,
some temporary and
Claw at you again for 14 slashing damage. The end of Lucas' turn. And now Sora.
Sora's gonna run. Well, no, she's not. The first thing she's going to do is she is going to throw her hammer. Sunburst. On wrong side of the map. More over here,
Okay.
because you know how Sunburst works.
Yeah, there's no way to get him without getting them.
All of them, or just the slot? Because I was hoping just to hit just the slot and him.
Give me a. It's an odd thing, but give me an attack roll.
Just an
Just-
attack roll
Just an
with that
attack roll.
weapon.
Yeah. Just see how well you place it, because it's gonna go off.
27, sir.
Okay. You will manage to hit where you wanted to hit there, and kaboom! Right.
Yep, kaboom is right,
Okay.
sir.
So, Lucas, Amethyst, you will see this hammer come flying over, larger than normal because it's bigger than you are too. Sails past all of you and hits the ground roughly off the map here and erupts into a fireball. Dex save, correct?
Yes, I believe so. Wrong side of the screen here for me.
What's the DC on yours? Should say on the item itself.
15.
Okay, so he makes the save, but still takes the damage. Oof. Slaw needs to make a saving throw as well. Dex
Dexterity.
save.
Mhm. Sorry, it was either you or it, and I prefer hitting the slot over you.
Sure. So makes it 2, so also 12 fire damage.
And then I'll run my 30 feet.
Okay.
And did you put Eldon's weapon on my character sheet?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
But it is an action to throw the hammer, so it,
Yes.
yeah. So
It's my bonus action. I'll call it back to me.
cool. Okay, back to you. No, I have not yet. I haven't had a chance. All right. That would be Thoris. So, end of Thoris' turn. So much going on here. You'll make another claw attack that you, Amethyst, because you're the
He
one you
hates
seem to
me.
be focused on at this point. There, have you been
No, as a reaction. I'm within 30 feet now, yes?
within
Does it move
30
my
feet?
face?
Yes.
Okay, as a reaction, if a creature within 30 feet I can see, he makes an attack against them, he's going to hit the slot instead.
What's that one?
Rune! Cloud rune.
Oh, nice. Okay, so if he hits, or just the attack goes there instead.
I will copy and paste it.
Sure. Yes, you are within 30 feet now. Yes, definitely.
There you go.
Yep, use your reaction to invoke a different creature other than the attacker. Okay. Wow. Dart regardless of the attacker's range. Okay. Nice. Okay. So it'll make the strike. 27 says the slod takes 15. It took 12. It's taken 27 so far. Here, I'll just. Boom. So it's not looking good.
No, he's not.
Okay. So that was our turn. And we have it gets to go. Well, I mean, it'll make one attack.
Isn't it just had a go?
Amethyst.
It's Amethyst's turn.
Oh, sorry.
That was a legendary reaction to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sor did a reaction.
Oh, weird. Okay, so for some reason it swapped them the initiative order. So that's so.
No, it's put me at the bottom for some reason.
Yeah, when I jumped story, it put you weird. Anyway, yes, you see my emphasis. You're up. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to Misty Step.
Okay.
Away from it, and then pull out my flying carpet. The slot's going to regenerate 5 hit points.
Sure thing.
Misty Step and Flying Carpet? Woohoo! Somebody's gonna fly.
Bonus action, and the flying carpet is an action activate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is why I didn't do it next to him, because it would have provoked an attack of opportunity. So I used my bonus action to Misty Step away from him, and then pulled out the carpet, and I'll fly upwards with my move action.
So now you are flying. Where's the flight?
I'm doing it now.
Boop. Wings.
Oh, you did it. Damn.
You move them both.
Damn it, Jen. Dude. Like, there's been so many times already when I've tried to change the slot hit points and you've changed it, and I'm like,
Yep. No worries.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right. In that
Slot
case.
will now hit him twice.
Huh?
The slot will now hit him.
Okay. Go for it.
Ooh.
Woof. Wow.
Woohoo! Love
Okay.
that crit hit.
So 24.
16
Wow.
plus 8.
Oof. Not happy.
24.
Mm-hmm. Yep, just and now he's just like just there were just like clawed rents across it, or clawed rips across his chest. There, he's just bleeding profusely down the front there, and his breath is ragged. Just
Also, I don't know if he regenerates hit points, but if he does,
He does
then he
not.
can't regain any until the start of.
Sure. Yep. All right.
Mhm.
Well, then his last legendary will be to go ahead and claw the slod.
It's a good time to use it, isn't it?
15. What's the slod's?
Ooh.
What's the slod's AC?
Um. Shit. 15.
Yeah, so it hits and leaves with 1 hit point.
Yep.
Ugh. Okay. So now it's the actual turn. Ugh. Okay. We'll go ahead and claw the slod one more time. Try to try the thing off of it. And the slod goes down.
Yep.
It just kind of rips the thing in half almost. It's a summoned creature, so it's not really. So it just kind of tears through it there, and the slod just sort of like discorporates and falls apart. And then it turns to you, Lucas, there, and here we are again. And tries to claw you. 17. Don't think so.
Nope.
And then he will try to bite you. 30.
Yeah, that just about hits.
Okay, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me now.
He's gonna be a werewolf.
That's what he rolls here.
He used to be a werewolf, but he's alright now.
Let me roll it. Okay,
19.
you feel this energy coursing through you, and you manage to like from where the teeth sink into you. You kind of tear his back away as they're taking a little bit of flesh with it there, but you manage to like not feel any worse for the bite itself. See, that was his attack. Bonus action doesn't really have anything he can do currently. Well, let's see. Done that a while ago. That's not going to do much good. You can do one more of those. Sure. He's going to go all blurry again.
Blurry.
He's so chicken. He won't stay in one place, huh?
Well, that's
Chicken,
kind of...
chicken. I thought you were a wolf. Chicken,
We'll just put that on him. That's fine. That's it. So, and at this point, you haven't seen this in action, but you realize he's basically casting Zephyr Strike. Is what he's doing. So, yes, you could counterspell it if you wanted to.
I will do.
Okay. So as he says in Sylvan again, there, give me speed, and you sort of like counterspell. He kind of looks at you and just growls, just like annoying best.
Lucas, did he call you annoying?
Well, considering how many attacks you thwarted, and and now the counterspell, definitely. So that would be his go then. That was his bonus action, so he's not going anywhere. Let's see. Yep, that's that. So that would be then Grim gets to go. Well, Grim will go ahead and take his shot.
Let's go, Grimbar. Let's go.
Steady aim as last time. Only hits for a stupid amount of damage. Yeah.
30.
Oh, just this as he's growling at you, Lucas. There is this annoying as the arrow kind of catches him right in the throat. He's kind of coughing and kind of pulls the arrow out, and blood just like pours out of the wound as he's just like Just trying to. He is not looking good.
No, he never did look good, Jim.
Of course not. But that would be Grimbar's go. Ooh. The end of his turn, all he can do is just... He can't really... Yep. He's just going to go down swinging at least. They're trying to claw you, Lucas, there. 13, he just can't do it. He's just kind of weakly, so it's like the claws, you can just kind of step back out of the way as they whiff past you. And he's... And Lucas, you're up. Still looming over top of you, just the smell of blood strong all around you.
I'm just going to try and stab him.
Thing of the bite there. You definitely hit.
8 damage.
8 damage, okay. He takes it. Bonus action. Now that's fitting. As you splash him with the short sword. As you stab in with the short sword there, kind of tearing open a spot, you pull out Quicksilver against a werewolf.
Yep.
And Lucas, how do you want to kill him?
Stab it into the open wound and straight into his heart.
Excellent. So yes, you kind of as you pull the short sword away, there's this open space there, just kind of where it's just bleeding in through the scratch marks from the flawed and the impacts and the arrow wounds and everything else. That you just shove this like sharp, pointy, almost like almost effectively just sliding into the wound there. It smokes and burns as it penetrates the flesh, and he howls. Just his whole body kind of like rocks back from the wound there as you just feel it just slide into him so easily. He shudders, shakes, and collapses to the ground. Just this completely just spent. And within moments, just and just goes completely limp. After a moment, all is quiet, and the body sort of collapses in on itself, just leaving behind this mangy-looking, blood-coated fur. No other sign of meat or bone, as the beast has been destroyed.
Yay.
So he did go back to his own plane of existence?
There's no body left behind.
Okay.
Just a pile
Wait,
of
he left
moldery...
his fur behind? That's
I'm
weird.
gonna go up and grab the fur if I can touch it.
As you go to touch it there, it's like it just sort of like it, like there's no real it's just kind of mangy clumps of fur. By the time you reach it and actually try to pick it up there, it just kind of comes away as clumps of fur in your hand. There's no like substance to it anymore, just sort of like leaving behind.
It's like
It's
he
not
left
really
his
not really
suit
even a
behind.
hide, exactly. Not even a hide, and it's just really just like left.
Well, we did that. That was a thing.
Okay, get the coin out again.
Yeah,
What does this do?
Grimbar reaches down, picks up the coin. Go, get on this then. You know, like,
Yeah.
you now have the coin of Fang and Claw.
Yay! Bum, bum,
A
ba-da-dum.
little different from the others, and I've had to kind of make up a feat for this one because none of them really fit. So, It effectively works kind of like Magic Initiate, but for Ranger.
Magic Initiate Ranger.
Well,
Zephyr
I
Strike?
take it back. It's more. Sorry, it's actually more like Fey touched, but Ranger based rather than Druid based. And yes, Zephyr Strike is one of the things I can do.
Mm-hmm.
Zephyr Strike and cause fear. Because Howl.
Nice.
This gives you +1 to Strength, Dex, or Con, depending on which your choice. So
And that's an
if you're
attunement slot, right?
If you're tuned, yes. It lets you do Zephyr Strike once per day. Otherwise, if you're not attuned.
Anybody got an achievement slot free?
Yeah, well, he kind of flicks up into the air. Well, I guess who wants to hold on to it? He's like, Sora, you don't have one of these. He throws the coin to you.
Okay.
And one thing, yes,
What's
you'll
so
notice
nice?
that as you catch it there is no longer a black smudge on the coin. It is now just a pristine platinum coin. Same images, but no smudge on it. As the other 3 coins are the same.
Well then, okay.
Yes. So, what would you like to do now?
I guess we should try and see if we can find those goblins. Yeah? No?
Well, immediately we'll probably go back to our house and probably get Eldon to identify the coin because we don't actually know what it does. So it's identified.
Yep. So as you trace back into town, there a bit bloodied, as you've been scratched and bitten a number of times, all of you, except for Graham, who's just sort of like walking along.
Saved the party again, did you? One of these days, I'm like,
Well, of course,
Take
I didn't
this-
miss a shot. I mean, come on. I mean,
just the first one when it popped out originally,
that
right?
didn't count.
Sure
Mhm.
did it.
He wasn't fully in existence yet. That's what it was. Just
Right. Uh-huh.
he was just sort of fading into view. I took the shot a little too early. That's all.
Hey, Grimbar, your nose is growing.
No, it's not.
Yeah, look.
You're getting shorter again.
I am getting shorter again. I will be shrinking back down to my normal size.
Yep.
Hope so. You won't get in the door otherwise.
So
That, by the way, was not the thing I was going to do originally, Amethyst. I was going to do my fire room, which I have never done yet.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
cool.
I really want to try that out, see if it works. But, you know, long rest, short rest.
I mean, you play a long rest there if you want to. Obviously, as soon as you hand over the coin there, Eldon will pull out his little goggles and yes, very good. You did quite well. Obviously, a bit worse for wear, but all right. And yes, the coin effectively, unattuned, does Zephyr Strike once per day. Similar to how Fey Touch works, it gives you like one use thing there. The coin of Shadow and the coin of Shadow work very similar. It gives you one use of invisibility. This one gives you one use of Zephyr Strike, and then fully attuned, it gives you +1 to either Strength, Dex, or Con, and allows you to also do Cause Fear once per day.
Doesn't one of the others have the Coin of Shadows do cause fear once a day as well?
It does Cause Fear or an invisibility.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So it's cause fear is first level or second level. I need to verify that. So yeah. That's because cause fear is what it does. Cause fear is first or second. Anyway, we'll figure that out. We have to change that. Cause fear first or second.
Cause fear is first level.
And fear is third. Okay, I need to fix that then. It doesn't work because it should be a second level spell. So I will figure that out. Anyway, but yeah, So it does something different at second level. So I'll figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but in that case, yes, it does another spell of some kind besides Zephyr Strike.
So is Zephyr Strike once a day?
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyone got an
Alright.
achievement slot free?
Mm-mm.
I have.
Don't you already have a coin slot attached
Yeah.
to you? Okay. Want another one?
Can have more than one coin, yeah.
Well, if nobody else has got an achievement slot, it's, you know,
Has Grimbar got one free? I don't know.
no.
I don't think he does offhand, but I mean, I'm not sure.
I'll check.
I'm in his character sheet already. Never mind. No, he does not.
I mean, the idea of being able to move like the wind
That would be really nice for Sora. Even just once a
would.
day, being able to do it without being attuned still works.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Take it then.
You sure?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
I'll take it then.
So you can go ahead and grab the unattuned version and put it on your character sheet. All right. So back in the town seems still in the midst of merriment. There, it is effectively the Thursday of Wellfest, and it's a little bit less. Last night was sort of a pretty major party overall for everyone. This is obviously the festivity is still happening, but it's been a few days now, and so it's mostly just people sort of taking the time to kind of move around, still making trades, still making deals. It's very much a time when people are focusing on business interests, and there seems to be this a bit more of a trade nature going on. You see a lot of people definitely trading goods and trying to make those wheel and deals. So with that, let's say it's probably late afternoon. Definitely time to get some rest, hang out, and then have the evening to yourselves or make plans or figure what you want to do.
I'm gonna get Elliot to heal me.
You will,
Right.
you
Right.
will do so.
Heal you.
Yeah.
Yes. Make it all better. Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Right. Right.
He
It
hurt
is.
me here, and he hurt me here, and also there.
Mm-hmm.
Here doesn't feel good, and here doesn't feel good. Yeah.
Yeah. He did. He did get that little, almost that nasty shot there. It clipped your ear a little bit. That's
Yeah. He
Mhm,
scratched me up with something nasty.
And he called you cat breath.
He did. I'll tell her that too.
Mm-hmm.
Nasty dog.
oh, these fey beasties just don't seem to like you very much, do they?
I mean, Siobhan liked me.
Well, that's a little different.
Well, is it?
Well, she owed you, didn't she?
Just so
Gave you a pretty wand too.
she did.
Mm-hmm.
Not as pretty as you, though.
Good save. Yeah. So, Eldon want to hear all about it. The werewolf. Sounds like he was definitely not a normal style one that we fought before. Anyone get bit?
I did.
Lucas got bit.
Oh, he's like, let's check the scene. He pulls his lens out there. Look. Don't see any lingering effects of it there. So, that's good. Because you wouldn't want to be a werewolf, I don't think. You're already sort of a were-dwarf.
What?
A red dwarf?
Well, yeah, the beard and
I did worry actually when I told the Slard to go for the hairy boy. I wondered if he'd go for Grimbar.
Well, good thing he didn't. I would have taken it down.
Right, sure.
Dumb rubber face.
Um,
Uh,
Amethyst, if we are going to Port Oris, you might want to let my brother know we're coming to town.
Yeah.
Because you won't.
Nope. Mm-mm.
Okay. You
Don't
leave us
forget
here.
they've got a toddler there now and they need to make sure they have doors.
Yes, I will be
And
knocking.
also said toddler might be the other side of said doors.
You know, I just had a really brilliant idea. How about if you don't tell him that I'm coming and I knock on the door and surprise him that way?
Yeah, you could try knocking. But
Kind of
only with like knuckles, not with like both fists.
Yeah.
kind of a double surprise then, right?
Yeah, because he'll never know that I'm there. I promise I won't even use my hammer. Scout's honor.
Uh, all right. So with that, we'll as you kind of figure out what your next steps are, take a moment to kind of see what you think you want to do next there, which direction you want to go, or a lead you want to follow. With that, we will head to break. So we'll be back here in 5 to 10 minutes. So we'll see you again soon. And welcome back. So the party has dealt with the beast unbound. Managed to send it back to the Feywild, and thus having the fourth of the coins of the Dark King cleansed and able to be used. Sora is currently holding the coin of Fang and Claw. And with that, you guys are back in the city. Do you want to have taken a long rest, essentially afternoon, and it's now the evening, or do you want to just do a short rest? And
I think Sora wants to
it's
go
sort
to
of
Port
dinner
Oris
time.
and spend the evening there.
It's really up to Lucas because it's his 5th level spell slot.
Yeah, we can do.
Up to you.
All right, I guess we're going to Port Oris.
Okay. So you head to the teleport, basically set up wherever you have the space for it, and
Don't forget,
Grimbar.
we need to let them know we're coming
Yeah,
before
call
we
ahead.
go.
Okay. So you call ahead, let the effectively if you don't call ahead here, it just won't work. They have to actually unlock it for you. So that's yeah, there's no teleporting there without warning them. It would just fail. So you let them know, and they basically give you confirmation that it will be ready momentarily. So as you move out to wherever you are, the 4 of you, Grimbar will go with you in this case. We'll go ahead and the circle opens up. You guys rush through, and you are in the teleportation chamber in Port Oris.
Ooh, spiffy music.
And so you essentially teleport right into the one of the higher floors of the Ivory Lyceum, as you've been there a number of times now. There will be a couple of arcane guards, essentially just sort of like they're prepping for you. Just nod to you. They're not really at attention, like about to like draw weapons or rush at you, but they're sort of like basically there to acknowledge your presence and welcome back, and kind of wave you ahead. As you step out of the circle and move, they will kind of go back into the room there and pull some levers, and essentially a covering will settle in over the circle, preventing it from being able to be accessed by anyone. Essentially, this little like stone platform sort of lowers down on top of the circle itself there, obscuring it and making it no longer accessible. And sort of plunks into place. What is happening here? There's 2 things going on at once. What is going on? Sorry.
What festivals is this? It's supposed to last a whole week, right?
Yes, and so at this point, it is now Friday, effectively. No, it is the evening of Thursday, so Thursday evening. So, so you are able to settle in there. Yes, the festival goes until Sunday, essentially. So
Okay.
Saturday will be sort of the last night of the festival, essentially, and then Sunday will be sort of all the cleanup and redoing things, prepping for the normal weeks ahead. So, you have in the Ivory Lace in the tower there. Where would you like to go?
Straight out and down to Brother's house for me.
You gonna use your sending stone to call ahead, or just gonna open? Okay.
I'm gonna knock.
Okay, so you head all the way down to the Gort Strago Trading Company down here, and a bit of a walk. As is late afternoon, similar vibe in the city there. Which road are you taking? You going along the wall route?
road I can take to buy a toy ship for my nephew?
Oh, you know what? There'll be all sorts of vendors on the riverfront.
Mm-hmm.
People selling us up there. So if you head over that direction there, you'll see that all of the fishermen and essentially all along the river, as you saw before, they'd set up there. All of the fishing boats and small water type craft are still just sort of moored all along, especially in this little stretch between second and third bridge, just kind of clustered up there. They're all, and it's just this air of merriment happening there. It's just pretty much nonstop partying. But there are a number of people who set up like tables like right along the road where they're selling little goods, lots of handmade stuff, some selling fish, some selling other exotic looking shells and such that they found out in the bay. And yes, there'll be a person selling little wooden carved crafts. And if you definitely easily find a number of different styles of ships, from little rowboats, and they're not really complicated looking. They're well made, but there's no like real moving parts or no like things like that. However, you do find one that's crafted really nicely that actually has a little cloth sail. And if you're looking at that one, you'll see that it actually says, well, that'll actually float. You can actually put it in the water and it'll be able to get blown around by the breeze and such. You can also, he puts a little tub of water that's there, inside there, sets it down there, blows into the sails there, and it'll move across the tub and funk on the other side. Only 5 silver.
Oh, so do you have anything like little figurines to go with it?
It might make it doesn't float, but I do have some little people over here. They're not quite the right scale for it, but and you see there's these little like wooden. Think like the old Fisher Price people, just sort of the round head and the blocky looking body, very similar to that. They are painted, so they actually have different like colors of clothing and such on them. And there is one with a little like tricorn like pirate looking hat bumped on its head there.
I will take one of each figure, and can I commission a figure?
Well, we're always making more, so what would you like?
Me.
Looks at you. I don't know if I can get the details right, but I can at least paint it look like you.
That's close enough. And then I need you to deliver that when it's finished to the Strega Company.
I'll have it done probably tomorrow if you want. I mean, I can, or the day after.
Oh, that'll work. But
Okay.
I don't need you to rush. It's not a hurry.
I mean,
but I'll take the rest of it.
Actually, he kind of points to a stack of there's a pile of wood shavings back behind on the little stool he's been sitting on, where he's obviously been whittling away at things. I mean, I could just take one of the ones that's in partially there and just put some detail work on it, and my wife does all the painting, so she can do the coloring, and say, "Hey, Addie!" And this woman what do you want? And this kind of older woman walks up and, "Oh, you're a pretty exotic looking folk here.
Thank you.
She wants one of the little figures to look like her." It's like, sure, yeah. Give me a little turn.
Okay, I'll spin around slowly,
Okay.
so she can absorb all of it.
Okay, yeah.
Just checking out your house.
Yeah.
Like, I know she is. I know, hidden under my tail and all. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well. I don't. Can we do ones with tails? You gotta. I can try. We'll see. See what we can do.
Awesome. But I'll take the other figurines in the ship.
So there's basically there's 4 different types of figurines. From like a normal looking person, the captain with the hat, a sailor looking one, and just another one that's obviously looks to be more just one in a blue shirt, one in a green shirt, a little sailor, one in a little, and they're all sort of like non-gendered. You can't really tell gender on them at all. So
don't need it.
Sounds like racism to me.
I mean, they don't have any dwarves or anything else. Just sort of like generic looking humanoid
Yep.
figurines.
No gnomes, no halflings, no dwarves, no tabaxi, no
Listen.
pointy ears, no
They
dragons.
none of them
no-
have ears at all. They're just round heads.
Just round head.
Racist.
I'll
I mean,
I'll
you
take
like,
one of each.
You kind of like
and-
mutter, like gnomes. You like, oh wait a minute, and he like takes one of the ones there and like just cuts the legs off in half.
Oh,
There,
dear
there's
Lord.
a gnome.
You wanted to know.
It's like
and
it's
you
the
gotta know.
same thing. It's just like shorter now.
All right, I'll take one of each and the
Yeah.
boat, and then my commissioned one. How much is that going to?
Total of a gold.
Cool.
So the figures are like 1 silver each. The boat's 4 silver, or 5 silver, I think is what it was. And so the extra, like, so essentially
I
throwing the
don't
extra
mind
silver.
giving a gold. That is no problem whatsoever.
Yep.
I will.
Actually, it'll be when you pick it up there, it'll be 2 silver for the custom one.
I just flick him a gold.
Sure. Well, so the gold covers the cost. Yeah, so fine.
Mhm.
Yep. So he all right, and kind of tucks it away. Hands it to her. She tucks it away, and then he hands you your figures in your boat.
Thanks.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Ice cream or sweets or something. We have a cook can make all those. She's busy. I'll go find somebody who's making sweets.
That you have to kind of wander around a bit. Lucas, there's lots of like pastry shops and various like things along here. Actually,
Like he isn't going to make a beeline straight to Alindra.
Right?
I mean,
Well, I'll tell her we're here, obviously.
you're gonna walk by the shop if you head this way down the road and go along the river. So, and they are outside, so
Mm-hmm.
they have there.
Lucas, just saying, I do have the spell to let you get married. It's called ceremony. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anyhow, ice cream, pastries, something
It's spell
sweet.
to get married.
My
This is-
eyes.
Don't you have to be within a certain distance of each other to get the bonus from the ceremony?
I think so. Yes.
Within 30 feet of each other, you should plus two AC.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah. So you will. I mean, depending on the route you take, there you'll walk by the menagerie.
It's a terrible reason to get married. You know that, right? Plus 2 to your AC.
If you're going to use the ceremony spell,
Mm-hmm. It was meant
I mean,
for
if I'm
players who marry players.
gonna take Elia with me, right, and then get married to her, not only do I then get a plus 2 to my AC, she also takes half the damage I take. So, I mean, human shield. But that would be a terrible reason to get married.
there you go.
And take her with
And
me.
bring her along with you everywhere.
I'd like to go to
Anywho.
the Clockwork Emporium while these two are.
She could stay in
pissing about
animal
doing
form
other
too,
things.
so she wouldn't even really be targeted.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Mm.
So
Lucas, I'm gonna grab Lucas by the arm and make him take me to a pastry shop first.
Yeah.
Before he goes
Yeah.
anywhere else.
you've been to a couple, and so you know some ones there. Yeah, where you guys had your first date. I remember with a pastry place, and
Yeah.
Aw.
so you definitely are able to pick up a variety of pastries.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they have things like little eclair things, little things, and something they didn't have before, Lucas. They have a whole range of very festive colored cake pops, essentially, just little like cake dough dipped in chocolate in various colors and then decorated.
Mm.
There's all different sort of. They're mostly just brightly colored and a little. It's more like almost like more like an Easter egg kind of looking coloration to them, rather than it making them into actual like shapes or forms. Just
I'll
So-
take
You can get an assortment of them for a total of 2 gold.
Got it. And then I'm gonna
Assorted
make
pastries and cake pops.
Awesome. I'm gonna head over to my brother's then. Thanks, Lucas. Have fun. Bye. Amethyst, I don't know what you're doing. Have fun. Oh, you're going to Nils, aren't you?
Gone to the Clockwork Emporium, yeah.
All right. Have fun with that. I
Okay.
promise. I will knock on the door this time.
Mhm.
I mean,
Not because there's
Gr-
children there, but you know.
If you kill the child, your brother will never let you see him. So, you know.
where were you
don't
going,
start.
Amethyst? I missed that. You could have.
Clockwork
Clock-
Emporium.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay.
As per the advice of Mr. Eldon Menig.
Grim will go ahead and I'll meet you at the Tankard if you want. I'm gonna head over there, check in, see what kind of information they got, see how things are going.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. So you kind of split up there. Lucas, obviously, Linda's very happy to see you. Dalen will be there as well. And she tells him to mind the front count, the table up front for a moment there, and you guys can go inside and talk out of the press of people. It is very crowded on the street here. Arcane Boulevard is actually quite crowded. There's just you saw kind of the preliminary of this when you were here earlier in the week, but now it's been to full swing. There's just people like up and down the street. A lot of them are students of the Lyceum, and so they're just popping off fireworks and illusions and crazy stuff all on the street there. It's almost like part craft fair, part like Mardi Gras almost, just with the music and the sounds and the illusionary fireworks and everything else happening along the way. And as it gets closer and closer to dark, the visual things get more and more spectacular because they're just practicing playing with the sights and sounds and such. So to get out of the noise, head inside there. And Linda will kind of like ask like what you've been up to, what's going on, because I don't have you saw her earlier this week, so yeah.
Yeah.
So-
I'll,
Okay.
what's
Fill her in.
going on, yeah.
Okay. I mean the werewolf coin being done now too is like, well, that's was that 4 now out of the 9? That's well, more progress than most people anyone else has made. No one's been able to crack these things before, so I kind of wish someone had done that with the coins that were in the vault, but here we are. That was one of them. Did you actually tell her the fact that the Duchess has a coin or anything else? I didn't think so, did you?
No.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, she was aware that the coins were taken from the vault, but because that's something you did mentioned earlier on, but not that you found out where they went. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't told her that, no.
Okay. Yeah, because right now I think you guys are the only ones that know that. The party themselves are the only ones that know Duchess has a coin and
Mhm.
and the other coins. Okay. All right.
Oh, and that little girl.
Well, yeah.
Mhm.
You don't know how much she knows.
She's not a little
Okay.
girl. She's a teenage.
Yeah, she's
woman. She's 18, 19 years old. She's
Yeah,
an
she was-
adult.
yeah, she
She's
was not a
younger
kid.
than
She was
me.
not by a lot.
Jim, giving away lady's age.
I'm just saying. she's actually older than you were when you started like
When
running
you first
the
joined our
road.
party, yeah.
Well, no, not that.
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
These are early 20s right now.
I'm
So,
25,
And
I
started
believe.
I was
trolling.
like 21, 22, something like that. And that was less than a year ago.
I'm 35.
Unbelievably. No way.
Well, that's what
No.
it has written here. Let me see what it
You-
says on Roll20 because that's the one I
Sora?
made.
Yeah,
you,
Sora's
were you were the youngest one
you were the
in
youngest in the party.
I was.
I'm only 28. I mean, I'm not, but Amethyst is.
Yeah. Like 23 or 21, something like that.
Let me look.
Because it was supposed to
22.
22. Yeah, close. So, yeah, Lucas. I mean, she's definitely happy to talk about what's going on. Just not a lot. She will say that not a lot's been happening within the city itself. I mean, business as usual for the most part there. Not really anything in terms of like any crazy happenings or threats in the street or anything else like that. So it seems to be fairly calm.
It's only been a few days since we were here last.
Yeah. Amethyst. As you reach the Clockwork Emporium, it is open, effectively. Nils does not have a stall out front. As you know, Nils keeps dropping off stuff to the Mystic Emporium to kind of supply the knickknacks and things like that. And so all the little tin soldiers, the little clockwork figurines, and little smell boxes, sound boxes, all those kind of little trinkets and stuff that he's set up. They're all being sold over there. To here, he's just sort of open for business as usual. And so when you open up, then the little bell rings as usual, and a moment or two later, he comes out. Oh, hang on this. How you doing? What you up to today? What brings you back to town?
We seem to be an engineer down on our ship, and Alden thought you might know somebody.
Hildon's okay, isn't he?
He's fine.
Nothing happening?
He
Okay.
is staying in Raven's Crest, keeping his eye on stuff there, doing all his, busy artifice stuff with Audrey, who is staying there with him. Alden's fine. It's Audrey we're losing from the ship. We've obviously lost Alden from the party too, but
I'm sure I can't really replace him, find a replacement for him. But in terms of finding someone for the ship, that wouldn't be too hard. I can put out some feelers, and I assume is the ship in port?
It will be here soon. It's very soon.
Like a couple days.
Couple of days, yeah.
All right. I can put out some feelers, see if anyone's looking for work, and I know a number of students that I've taught over the years, and I'm sure some of them wouldn't mind a chance to serve on a airship and practice the artifice of a flying craft. I mean, most of them, I know a few that do a lot of freelance work, so they might be interested in more steady means of employment. So I'll go ahead and send out some feelers and see who's available.
Thank you, sir.
Of course. Is there? So, and he's like pauses. I don't think I've met Audrey.
Probably not.
I think Eldon brought her to here because he was asking about stuff. So on their travels, he stopped in here. So I think I met her once. They make a real cute couple.
They do. They seem to have really hit it off, and it's quite lovely.
I'm really shocked. I didn't pick Eldon for the type to settle down in that kind of way, but
well, he's still got his work, and that's what he loves doing. So,
I can't say I blame him. I mean, I think he kind of points to the back door he just walked out of here. It's like, I mean, once you settle in, it's hard to leave that kind of lifestyle and go traipsing around and leave it all behind. Always working on new projects and always working on ways to make things better and more innovative and such. So, well, like I know it's kind of hard, huh? When you separate out and people kind of go their own ways. It's kind of inevitable, though. But good to see you're out there fighting the good fight. Anything you need or anything you looking to have done? Or, I mean, I know you got him in as a contact there, but always willing to help as well.
I think we're good for now. I'll chat with the guys and see if anybody needs anything, but I think we're okay for now. I'm going to show my magic carpet because that's awesome. You should definitely see that. I know you've got one. I
Yeah.
know you've got
No,
one.
that's a fascinating design. I don't think I've seen one quite like that. I mean, well, I'm sure you'll get a lot of good use out of it. I know they're extremely helpful for
Definitely.
various things. So, if you ever want to designs on an upgrade of some kind, let me know. I don't. There's always new things that can be done with stuff. So,
It was the
I will.
weirdest thing, you know. We went into a dungeon and it followed me out.
They do sometimes kind of have a mind of their own after a while. Must be a
Yeah.
really old one. I mean,
Mhm.
mine doesn't really act up with that, but I've only had it for 5 years or so.
It
Five,
seems to be
10,
behaving
10
itself now.
years.
I've got it. It just
Yeah.
followed me out of the dungeon.
Well, I know any magic items that are been around for long enough, they can sort of imprint and cause. I mean, they're enchanted, and so after a time, they can pick up a personality sometimes. I mean, kind of
I
especially
like
ones that
that.
have mobility or have a real like specific purpose. They can oftentimes pick up little quirks, you should say. I wouldn't say personality because they can't really communicate, but they can definitely pick up little quirks.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, you're right about that. And he kind of looks up at the cat, like the clockwork cat there, higher, like lounging up on the shelf above, little perch above the counter there. I mean, that one, I swear. I mean, it's way smarter than it has any right to be. But I mean, she, uh, what,
Clearly learned
60
from the
years,
best.
60 years old now. That one's been
Well,
around roughly somewhere around there.
built to last.
Yep. I mean, and with some various modifications and upgrades over the years, but you have something for long enough, it takes on a mind of its own. Well, enjoy the festival while you're here, and sorry to hear about Eldon, but it's also good to hear he's finding a purpose. People in our line of work kind of need that sometimes.
We'll
It's
miss him on
hard.
the road, you know, but we'll see him when we go back home. So
Even better. Right.
it's not a goodbye.
Well, like I said, I will send out some feelers to see who's up for employment, and I have a number of students I taught over the years, and I know a few of them would probably jump at the chance to serve on an actual airship. So
It's a
we'll
fully
see.
staffed airship otherwise, and also we have the best chef.
Now that's a good selling point. I'll put that in the recommendations.
Maybe a halfling.
Well, they take up
Great
less
second
room, you know. I
breakfast.
mean, it's always nice to have someone who takes up a little less space on the ship. Otherwise, it gets kind of crowded. Well, anyway,
You too.
I'll tell the rest of your group there that say hello and
Yeah.
don't be a stranger.
And you say hello to Dinan and Danlon.
Of course. I'd be shocked if you hadn't already seen him because I know
I
he's
haven't
out there
seen him.
working at the tables. Oh well, stop by the menagerie. I'm sure he's out there. He's been working the tables all week.
I think Lucas is probably there.
Oh, of course, right. Well, I mean, yeah. Well, anyway,
Take care of yourself.
Of course, you too. And about the time that those things placed there, it would be about the time that the store would be arriving at the Court Trade Trading Company. You walk up to the door there. It is not opened up or anything else, but you can see this part of the city is somewhat less festive as it's mostly residential up to the north of where they are, and you're walking by a temple of the Raven Queen, which is never going to be festive.
Right.
And there's a lot of like warehouses and stuff along here. So it's not really a place for like active business. So this part, sort of as you kind of look there, it's just definitely quieter. You can kind of hear the sounds of celebration and happening down the street behind you. But as you move along, it's just quieter back in here, like almost like you're heading off into a quiet corner at a party. And so You reach the warehouse there, and as you approach, you will see. One sec. Sorry, I always get his name wrong. You will see Grillvac, the lizard folk, who's standing out front, just kind of leaning there, just kind of like eyes closed, head kind of back against the wall, next, kind of between where the office door and the loading door is for the warehouse. The main the little office door that you normally go to is to the left there, and to the right is a set of double doors that can open up into the actual warehouse proper. And he's sort of like standing there with his head like leaned back against the wall, eyes closed, just sort of standing there as you approach.
I'm gonna try and sneak up on him.
Give me a stealth check.
Yeah, that's gonna go well, but I'm gonna try it.
Yeah, you're sneaking up on a barbarian, so.
I never said that I wasn't gonna do it. Oh wait, a disadvantage on those rolls.
Yep.
Oh, the other one was a 19.
Oh, that's too bad. You are actually still you don't have disadvantage anymore, do you?
Do I or don't I? I don't know. Like that whole thing was confusing for me.
Okay, you shouldn't, because Withium. Well, especially if you're walking down the street with it fully deployed, then you might.
Oh no,
disadvantage.
it wouldn't. It would not be disadvantage.
Then
Okay.
yeah, so it still is a 5 because that's a roll you roll. But essentially, you're not clanking along. Like, you're kind of like walking along. You're trying to you're still scuffing your boot along or your claws still like scratch along on the stone the stone walkway and such. And as he sort of like gets there, he sort of like opens one eye.
Dang it!
Well, looky here. You here to see your brother, I assume.
But shh. And if you're quiet, I'll give you a pastry. And I'll pull out like a croissant or something.
Kind of puts the claw out there, and you can see he opens the equivalent of bloodshot eyes. He looks tired.
Oh, I don't have any coffee.
Yeah, thanks. Sure. Go on in. He's like, do you want to just go in?
Nope. I'm gonna do this right, and I will walk up to the door and knock on it.
Wow, that's impressive. Different for you.
Yeah. I have been advised that I need to be a little bit more polite now because there's a child in there.
And you see him sort of wince at that.
I know, right?
Yeah,
it certainly is.
Is
Cosmere.
Is that why?
No, this is more like why he's tired.
I was gonna ask him if that's why he looks so tired.
And as you knock, there's sort of a pause, and then you kind of hear like heavy footfalls as people are kind of like moving around, and he does not have Jimmy handprints on his clothing. But effectively, you will see after a few extra moments of more thumping around, you will see the door open up, and there's your brother standing there holding a toddler who's already squirming in his hands, like trying to be let down. Like I said, he's still like tiny. I mean, he's still like maybe a foot tall or so, but he's definitely able to move around. And even though he could walk when you're there, he's able to run, obviously, because he's definitely squirming in there. Like, well, good to see you. Would you like to come in?
Yeah. First, give me the boy.
And he just like looks up at you, and like kind of does this thing. Like,
Yeah.
yep.
And the little Sparkies will start to fly because the last time I had him, he loved the little Sparkies. And we'll walk in, and I'll hand Strega the bag of pastries because that was for him.
Okay.
And then I've got a present for you if you stay still and behave.
Sort of like
Your
looks
whole
at you
pie,
like,
I don't get pastries. Notice that.
I'm not done with you yet. So
Whole pumpkin pie.
yeah,
I'm
looks at you like strangely, sort of like just not quite comprehending, obviously.
obviously I'll put him down, but I'll hold on to him with one hand because toddlers when they run, they go.
Yep.
And I will
Well-
pull out of my pocket the wooden boat.
Well, it's like yay big.
Yep.
I mean, it's
I
okay.
have a satchel, Jim. It's
Sure,
very
okay.
big. The dragon gave it to me.
Sure.
And I'll pull out the boat
Mm-hmm.
and give it to him. And then
And
I will
holds
pull out
it.
the figurines and put them down in front of him. And we will sit and play with the boat.
Okay. So you kind of step up to the side there, and Strega just like just kind of like watches and nods, and he's really like absent-mindedly reaching into the bag and pulling out something. Not even looking at what it is, just he's like chomp 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 chomp. That thousand-eyed like new parent stare. It's like, what have I done?
I haven't eaten a proper meal
Yeah.
in 5 days.
He definitely the clothing is more disheveled than you've ever seen him look there. He's still
Mhm.
wearing the sword.
Because
But I mean, his eyes are blurry. He's obviously he's looking tired.
Yep. So, hey, I tell you what. How about if Auntie Sora plays with you for a few hours and we let Mommy and Daddy get some sleep? Right? That's what you're calling yourselves, right?
Well, yeah, really. That's really nice of you. Sirithus is sleeping currently, so
So
think,
you go sleep or do something that isn't watching the kid. What'd you name him?
did I write that down? Shoot, you threw me off guard on that one. I didn't write that down.
Sorry.
Put you on the spot now, Jim.
I thought I wrote it down. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. I'll just
He tells you a name. I'm not going to say that.
and I
I
will
know I
take
wrote it down somewhere, but yeah.
the entire evening and play with him until Strega finally figures out that I haven't come to get him to get the kid.
Sure. Yeah, essentially, little one is definitely like willing to play with that. He likes taking the little people and putting them up on something and knocking them down. They clatter onto the floor and bounce around and stuff like that. And he actually a little more of a he'll actually get the idea of saying like there's four of them, so one like put them all in a line and try to roll something into them to knock them all down. So,
we'll play all night long until that kid falls asleep.
Okay. So, I hype him up with some cake pops and and get him to play around. At some point, he'll want to run around the room and effectively, you catch him like climbing up on things and trying to jump off of them.
Yep.
Doesn't really seem to have any fear of that. So
I'll show you a trick. Are there couch cushions, or pillows, or anything laying around?
there's mostly just like there's like a this is an office, so there's a couple of chairs. There's I wouldn't really call them like cushioned chairs, but
okay.
You can probably go in the back room and get something back in the warehouse section there because there's a little feeding section there.
Okay. So I'll go find some cushions and stuff, and I put them down in front of where he's trying to jump off of, and tell him to jump on them.
Okay. He does so and just kind of laughs and giggles, runs around. He's not quite saying much in the way of words just yet. But he does give a little happy little chirp and growls and stuff like that.
It'd be great if you could make his first word Sora. Just
Wouldn't
keep
it?
saying it to him over and over.
Yep.
Auntie Sora, Auntie Sora.
Yeah. By the time you're done there, yeah, he's definitely like, more answer. It's almost like he like tries to make it like one word.
Yes.
So yes, the 19. Yeah, he does manage to pick up a couple of words from you, including Anti-Sora. There's sort of like little growly sounds that approximate the words you're sounding, but he's definitely picking up some stuff.
Mhm.
And so with the time that you have there, you definitely get a little bond with your nephew of sorts. We'll cut back here. Lucas, anything you wanted to look into or do while you could? You guys could at this point, Sora. I would say that during this time you can count it as a long rest, since you guys didn't really take a long rest yet.
I was going to sleep when he finally passed out, but okay.
I mean, you're not doing anything active at this point,
Right.
other than you're kind of sitting there playing. So we'll call it a long rest. Lucas, you can either long rest now and or wait till later on. It's up to you. Amethyst, same with you. You have enough downtime if you want to rest now. You can, and then meet up in the evening.
Mm-hmm.
There's anything particular we need to do? Like I said, we were only in a couple of days ago, so I think we did most of it then.
I thought we could research lighthouses on the west coast.
Yeah, could do that.
Yeah. So it doesn't take long for you to kind of find, check in with folks and find things along there. Yeah, the maritime maps for Port Oris, anyone who's got any sailing proficiencies of that can definitely kind of pull out. You probably could have asked Hogarth before you left there, since he has detailed maps and such.
Yeah, that's probably Hogarth and Bert might know.
Yeah.
They're not here yet, though, are they?
No, they haven't left yet.
Oh, they haven't left yet? I thought they had.
No, they were going to stick around. The shipment was still being, like, it hasn't been loaded up yet. So
tomorrow, they have tomorrow, and then they were going to leave the day after that.
Dude.
So effectively, they will be here on Sunday, we'll just say.
I should have just stayed in Raven's Crest.
It is now Thursday.
I wish I had. I wish I'd stayed with Elia for a couple of days. Never mind.
I mean, you can definitely find a way to go back.
Mm.
Go back to the Lyceum and see if they'll send you back.
I'd need somebody that could cast teleportation circle.
You'll take the ship
in a
back
wizard's
here.
tower.
Oh yeah, true.
You do know that Janan can cast the spell there.
Mm.
He helped set it up.
Yeah, but we need someone attuned to our circle back in our home.
Well, didn't you have someone attuned from here? I thought there was somebody you had attuned.
Nils
probably, because he helped put it in, didn't he?
Because he went to Raven's Crest and helped to set up the security and everything for us when they were finishing the wall and stuff.
Yep. So Nils is
will be tuned, yeah.
Yeah. Remember, he doesn't have to go through. All you just do is cast the spell.
Yeah.
Go visit him and see if he'll let you go back.
You need to speak to him, though. You can just do ascending. Or unless you want to go back, yeah.
Well, he has to cast a spell for her to go through, so you need to cast it for her. Yeah, I mean, you can check in at the Tinker, let people know where you're going, and pop back.
I mean, I guess physically matters. I thought the ship had already left.
No.
We're probably better
it's going to soon.
In case. I might go and see Dickface. while we're in Port Orris.
Dick face.
Yeah, the Duchess. I
Mm.
call her Dick Face now. That's her name.
Mhm.
And I can't think of the word Duchess. Sorry. Do I want to go there on my own? Grim will come with me, won't he? I'll get him a few.
Go see
I'll get him.
your girlfriend? I don't think so.
Why would he want to go back there? Everybody he knows lives here.
No,
Other
I
than you
didn't
guys.
say. I said to come and see the Duchess.
Oh, if you want to
to
okay,
touch it.
yeah.
Yeah. I also said it was probably best if we all stayed together, rather than me splitting the party again. Because that was frustrating before. So when Grim and Lucas stayed back in Port Orris and we went to Ravenscrest. So
Well,
I
if the
said
plan
goodbye
is
to
that you're
Albert
not
and Elliot.
if the plan is that you're not going to do anything until the ship arrives here, then it doesn't really matter where you're at. I mean, unless you're going to actively do things together.
Yeah, but even when the plan is not to do anything, things still happen, don't they? So, you know.
Or we can allow time to pass.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the opportunity. If you don't want to actively get in trouble, then
don't get into trouble.
yeah.
I kind of want to go and see the Duchess and see if she knows anything about. And then she probably not the Duchess, but the thing that's in her, the other thing, the other creature.
The hag.
Whatever she is.
Archfey. I mean,
Arseface. Okay.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Keep
So
being
what
a
are you
jerk. Keep being a jerk to the Archfey. See how that works out. For
I
you.
haven't been a jerk to her. I've been a jerk about her.
Yes,
She's
I know.
not here.
I'm just kidding. I know.
Not that I haven't been an arse to her as well, but you know.
I mean, you have the evening. Sora.
Mhm.
You guys didn't really set a time to meet up with Sora. You know, Lucas. You know where Lucas, at least where you left him.
Yeah, but I can do a message to Sora anytime.
You know,
and I
you know
know where
Grim.
she's planning on being.
Yeah, and you know Grim's at the Tumble Tankard.
Yeah, so I'll go to the Tumble Tanker and I'll say hi to everybody there, and then I'll say to Grim, fancy going to let Face know what just happened with the coin and stuff.
You want to do
See
what?
if she knows anything about anybody else. Huh?
You want to go? You said talk to who?
The Duchess, Face.
You said face. I'm like, I don't know what.
Sorry.
Like, are you awake there? I don't know what.
I'm awake, sorry.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I mean, you really want to go talk to her?
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
he just sort of like he kind of like set like kind of motions you away from everybody else. There, like you want to go talk to her. I mean,
she knows
I
stuff
could,
and she
but-
knows people, and that thing that's in her has been around for a long time.
Sure.
So, you know,
You
we're
say
looking
so.
for that last coin. We need to know if she knows anything about it, and now that we know where it, well, not where it is, but who it is with, she might know him because he's obviously nobility of some kind in Dravia, and I know she's here, but she's got family there and stuff, like, you know, the king and queen and stuff, so
I mean, that's.
she might be able to get information if she doesn't have it now.
I mean, my understanding is these kind of people they trade information. So, letting her know things in response to her telling other things, that might work out.
Yeah, and that's why I was going to open with, so we got rid of your problem for you and killed the werewolf, sent it back to its own plane of existence or whatever.
If she cares, sure.
If she cares.
Well, I mean, it's. I mean,
Taurus is safer now. I mean,
sure.
that's what she wants in it.
Yeah. Presumably.
Presumably.
we're gonna go check in on her tonight.
How do you feel about that? Think it's a bad
I
idea?
mean,
You're not here.
I know
You're
that's
with
why
the
I'm
baby.
shaking my head.
I-
That's why I'm shaking my
I
head
mean-
and not answering.
dealing with like royal types, people with that kind of power that aren't some supernatural, horrible, potentially bad thing is kind of risky to begin with. But now you're talking about someone who's both. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's good to keep her on side, though, right?
well, I mean, yeah, if you can keep her on a good side.
That'll be nice.
I can tell you
yeah.
right now, keep getting on her bad side would be real bad for everyone else.
Yeah, I'm not planning on getting on a bad side.
Well, that's good. So, I don't want to be turned into a toad or anything like that.
Again? I mean... Sorry, that was a joke. You're not really a toad.
So like
Yeah. That's what
I
I'd say
mean-
to him if he was here. Sorry.
Sure, I know. I mean, it's better than being a cat.
No, it's
Wow.
not really.
I mean, if you're a cat person, then sure, of course. But and a person cat. Yeah. So how would that work? I mean, you got a cat person who likes cats, and then a person who is a cat. Are they still a cat person? Do you like cats?
I love cats. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Me and Bert are best buddies.
I noticed. Anyway, so going tonight.
I want to, but I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I don't know, you're putting me off the idea. Let's have a few more drinks and then we'll decide.
Well, that's a great idea. Like, and he grabs the thing. Always make better decisions after a few more drinks.
Right.
So orders a couple of rounds there. You guys, you're invited up to the table there to hang out with with Ironheart, and we'll pass along that he's basically there been there's been another shipment's been hit. Three or four got through and one got hit, so it's kind of weird. And so Ironheart I was just telling him that it's a kind of a bit of a problem, but not as bad as it could be. I don't know if they're looking for anything specific though. They seem to be it seems almost random.
I think we should speak to Sora about this and see what her brother thinks, because it might affect him as well at some point. We don't want his shipments being hit, do we?
I don't know that he ships out of the coast there. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what his operation does specifically, but I mean, I thought he went mostly east, not north. This is unfortunately mostly affecting Deep Home.
The
Coppervale.
reason we've got a navigator on the ship is because I've got no sense of direction.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. It's like you see, Coppervale's here. We're down here, and he goes mostly this way. I thought so.
Okay.
The problem's up here. Kind of like.
Well, you said it was random, so I didn't know that. I thought it was literally random.
The ships they're hitting are random. They don't seem to be looking for specific goods, things that don't appear. So it's a bit of a strange thing. I don't know. And Mabel's like, I mean, most of our shipments are making it fine back and forth. I deal mostly straight over with Dumati and back. I don't, and some of our more high profile things are done by airship, so it's just sort of tertiary things that are shipped in from Scarlos that come to us, and it's a matter of goods being shipped from the north that we can't get from down here, that's what we're losing.
Is it Dumati?
Dumati, yeah. The
Where's
capital
that?
city of Coppervale. Dumati.
Oh, okay.
It's also referred to as Deep Home sometimes, but Dumati is the actual name of it. Named for the hero that saved the city during the Cataclysm.
Nice. Dumati. Mr. Dumati.
The priest of Dumathoin who went in and sealed the elemental rift to the plane of Earth.
Nice. Good job.
And they named the city after him.
I wonder if anyone will ever name the city after me. That'd be cool. Amethyst City.
No,
That'd be awesome.
no.
Oh, sorry, you're not here.
I mean,
You got a big enough head as it is. You don't need to be any bigger.
My head is the perfect size, thank you.
who are you talking to?
Yeah, well, sometimes I don't know.
Well,
I get
mean, it's-
voices,
and-
they happen, and then
And the three people besides Grimbar are all nodding. We know.
Can you do a voice, like a different voice, but with your mind telepathically? I wonder if you could do that, like speak to somebody and them not know it's you, like it's somebody else's voice.
We could try it when we do telepathic link.
Say I ever tried that, and
Hmm.
none of the three of them are specifically telepathic. You know the telepathic feat essentially. They all have variabilities in terms of mental abilities.
Mhm.
Can't say I've ever tried, but then we don't really have. I mean, we sort of think to each other, but we just know each other, so it's what it is.
Alright. I'm only planning on messing with Grimbar at some point, so.
Perrin is like the mental connection you form tends to be your true self. So deception with a mental image would be very difficult, I would think.
Yeah. Plus, he's got that stupid ring anyway, so. That he wears on his toe, apparently.
What?
He wears it on his toe. He wears it on his toe because it's hiding in his shoes. So nobody actually knows that he's wearing it. He did actually tell us that.
I don't remember hearing that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
I didn't even know rings work that way, but apparently they do.
I hadn't. No, no,
I mean,
I'm
be
not going
honest,
down that road. I'm
the
not
way
going
I
down that
see it,
road because there are other
his
places
toes
you can
are
wear
so
rings, and I do
long.
not want that to be a situation. So the
Oh,
rings are
no.
rings.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Rings are rings.
We're not talking about
Yes.
those rings, Tim.
I mean, there's lots of
The way
ways
I
you can
see
wear
it,
other rings as well. So I'm just saying, no.
Grimbar has toes that are the length of fingers. That's how I see it.
No,
Like his
it's just-
toes are the
Yeah,
length.
no, stop,
Like
stop,
that's why he's wearing
Stop
rings
making
on
that
his
a thing.
toes.
It's not true. No,
That's what he told us.
no,
He
he's
wears
lying.
the ring on his toe so that
He's
nobody
lying.
can see it. He doesn't have the ring on his fingers. Ask
He's
him.
lying. No.
Listen,
not
we can
lying,
do
he's
all of
telling the
that.
truth.
We can do all of that outside of game.
All
I
right.
mean, at some point, like, yeah, the conversation will continue to get lively. The arguments, the joking will all happen. The music is just as it gets more into the evening, the music picks up and gets louder. Essentially, the buffet style food that's been put out for people get swept away as the tables get filled up as people drinking and such, and it turns more into the lively nighttime scene that you've seen here before. And what would you like to do? Do you want to go make a visit?
I wonder if I could get a sending. I'm going to do a sending and see if she'll receive it. Like, hi, Your Madge. Just wondered if we could pop over and have a chat with you. Lots of love, Amethyst. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Well, aren't you
I can't believe that worked.
having a good time? Glad you're enjoying the festival. Do you want to stop by? Feel free.
Feel free. Nice.
Mm.
Grim says we can go.
Like, huh? What? Huh?
You know, the old lady.
And he's sort of like, oh, okay. He's like, finishes.
Shake it. Wake up.
He's awake. He's just like kind of bleary eyed. Like, oh, okay, sure. Well, we're gonna go. All right, sure. Downs whatever drink he has there, puts it down, reaches over and downs your drink. The rest of it that's there, and puts it down. Let's go.
Mm-hmm. As we get there, I'm gonna do a sending to Lucas and just say, if me and Grim disappear, we just pop in to see the lady, the Duchess. So that's where I will be. That's where you'll find our bodies.
So Lucas, it's we'll say dinner time, and you get this sending here.
Dinner time. Do you think you'll feed us? I don't want food there.
It's after. So essentially, it's after dinner time. We'll just say it's later in the evening. Or sorry, you've been playing now for a few hours. You plan to be there for a few more hours there. Lucas, it's pretty much like after dinner. You guys are, effectively once it hits sundown. Essentially, the trade stalls get packed up there. So we'll just say that essentially, she will be over at the menagerie helping Danlin put all the stuff away, pulling all the goods, put it away there. You guys go get some food, and it's when you're just kind of finishing up eating when you get the sending.
What's up?
This is so you can obviously respond to that if you
Just trying
want
to think of what to say.
I know.
Mm.
Don't have to say anything. You just know where we are now. That's it. I wasn't like asking you to come or anything. I was just saying if we disappear, that's where
wait,
we are now.
Hold on. This coming from the don't split the party queen is gonna go talk to the living hag of the entire world. And
She likes us.
And bring along the drunk NPC person, party member.
Right.
So sure.
Are
Grimbar doesn't see anything wrong with this plan.
Of course
He's only temporarily an NPC. He's an actual character, and I know you won't kill him while he's not here.
He'll get away.
Okay.
He'll get away, but
You're making the choice. I will make him pay for your choice.
All right. I'm being nice to her.
You know.
I even said kiss, kiss, kiss in my sending.
I'm sure you meant it too.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm being mega nice to her. He said to be nice to her, so I am.
Right.
Look. I am in the middle of. Is this kid asleep yet?
I mean, let's see.
Yeah, let's see, because I did feed him cake pop.
No, he is wide awake
No,
there. He made that con save. He's doing just fine.
Yeah,
Well,
I see that.
I didn't disturb Sora, so Sora has no idea where we are.
You didn't tell Sora. So.
Oh, you didn't.
Well, we'll respond. I'll say, why are you going? Why don't you wait for the rest of us?
I already
Why
did
do you
my
need to go
sending.
now?
She
I
can't.
did
I'm
my
replying
sending
to it.
already.
Yeah.
Right, but she can't reply to that. So if he was,
No.
Unless I cast it again. And
Well,
I
then-
literally did it as I stepped in the door. With Rainbow.
Right.
Oh well, in that case, yeah.
Oh.
In that case, yeah. You go to reply, Lucas, and it's just sort of dead air. Like
No, I guess I would have waited for his response, but I wouldn't have responded to it.
Okay. So you sense the message goes through. We'll just say that it's not dead air. You definitely are able to respond. But then, yep, Amethyst, you go ahead and move you into the throne room.
I know
Oh,
why
that
she went
phone.
without Sora. I know why she went without Sora because she knows how much Sora
You're
hates this
spending
lady.
time with your nephew. And you hate the woman.
Vile, vile woman. I hate her so much.
Yeah, you do.
But that doesn't mean you should go there by yourself. And Romar doesn't count.
Okay.
He's drunk.
So Romar is just sort of there. He just sort of, he's not staggering, but he's definitely just sort of like Grimbar, yes. Grim is definitely, he's not staggering, but he's definitely drunk. He's the occasional hiccup, kind of burp under his breath.
Amethyst will be tipsy. She won't be
Sure.
drunk, but she'll be tipsy.
Okay, so, well,
Not too British.
what brings you to see us on this wonderful Wellfest evening?
I just wanted to fill you in on. We got rid of the wolf.
Mm.
And that went all right. But we've also found out the other coin is here, and we know
Here.
who's got it.
See,
Not here in
here.
Portoris. We think it's in Dravia, but we're not sure. We know that the person holding it was in Dravia. And
Mhm.
I wondered if you knew the person who we believe has it. His name is completely escaping me. No, I've written it on here. Hang on one
Corwin?
second.
Corwin.
Corwin.
You can ignore the. I wanted to put something here. What? Come on now.
Hmm?
One sec. You will notice, and the image is not correct. Just so, other than the fact they are wearing a heavy cloak there, you will see that there is a person standing back here.
Okay.
Short figure, cloak down there, who's just sort of standing there at attention. Well, essentially a relaxed attention. They are there, sort of like leaning back against the doorway here, just watching the room. You can't make out any details about them, but you see that they're standing back there.
I'm not happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
Geez, I wouldn't have said that then.
I mean, so as you were approaching there, and there, you will see that there is. This is the first time you've actually seen him. I wouldn't say up close because he's still like 40 feet away from him, but and he's up on a raised platform. So
Yeah.
But they are sort of standing back there. They're kind of like leaning back against the doorway there. That 1 foot the 1 foot push is the way, so they're kind of like the leaning back there with the one leg propped up. Just kind of, and again, you can't the hood is pulled down over their face. They can't see.
If I don't
You
know who
can't
he
see their
is,
face.
he could be anybody.
Sure.
He could be Corwin, for all I know. So I'm definitely not going to bring
Sure.
any of that up.
Effectively, yeah. So she's I mean, do you say anything about the person standing back there?
I will say, is this your bodyguard? Friend of yours?
This is my hunter. I thought you knew this, dear.
Oh, okay. Hello.
3 foot tall, cloak,
Okay.
heavy cloak there. Yeah, like
Right.
3 something. Yeah, short. You don't see any weapons and everything. He has a heavy cloak kind of pulled around, a black cloak put around there, and you can't see his face.
The puppet's not in the room though.
You can't really. Well, give me a perception check as you glance around.
Percepcione.
Mm-hmm.
22.
You will spot actually that the puppet is hanging out in this very back corner, just kind of tucked away. Not really like sort of hidden.
Away from
Not
him as well.
obvious. Okay. You wave to the puppet there, and she sort of looks over her shoulder and sort of like does this and just sort of like wave. And the puppet just kind of goes, like just collapses.
Oh, okay.
Some sort of magic takes place.
Um,
No prying eyes and ears.
I'm gonna mention Corwayne and ask her if she knows of him.
Owen.
Has a big manor house in Dravia.
If it's let me just see what she knows. She's got a big bonus against this, but
Mm-hmm.
I do know that name. Yes.
We believe he's got the coin that we thought was missing. He has done lots of damage.
I see. That makes sense then. So he has the Baylor?
Yeah. We found out
That
that he had a
could
spying on Raven's Crest and on us and on the folk
I
there.
hope you've dealt with them.
Yep. It's been dealt with. Very
good.
But obviously we need to find him because
So
he's the one doing all the harm.
So Corwayne is still alive then.
Mm-hmm.
And you recognize this is the hag talking, not the Duchess.
Apparently he's an elf.
Yes, he was. I suppose. I think that this is a bit of an issue then, yes. I think his assets could be dealt with, but maybe not him himself. He was quite powerful and influential even back then.
Mm-hmm. As I'm sure as the Baylor.
Baylor's never fun.
But we could help to deal with him if you can help us to get hold of him.
If it were that easy, I would just have it taken care of, but someone
I
of
know,
his age and understand, I have had many decades to bond with my protege here,
Mm-hmm.
and have been able to grant a great amount of power. He has had centuries,
Mm-hmm.
and he is quite skilled himself, beyond his bond.
Great. Yeah. We went to deal with an issue in his manor once, and he made himself look like he was being held captive by a shadow demon and a bunch of shadows, and we rescued him, but obviously it turns out that that was something of his devising.
Subterfuges are quite useful, yes.
Yeah.
But I think not surprising for one such as him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems he's managed to hide in plain sight, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this. hunting him down would be very difficult, as I'm sure he has many safeguards against doing so. And, well, if he has designs, I'm sure he's had many long time to make plans. You've thwarted his plans, and so now some other plan might be in action.
I don't know that he knows that we've thwarted any of his plans, though. I mean,
Well,
he at least doesn't know that we know about him.
I would assume it won't take him long to find out. If you say you've uncovered a spy that's sending him information, did you actually did you say that? Because I think you rewound that before. Okay, I want to make sure you did say, you relay that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if
I
you
will also tell her that they gave up the item that was allowing them to be in touch with him.
to be in touch easily, I'm sure, if you were able to get in touch with me, I'm sure he would be quite capable of doing so himself. So, while the easy means of communication, there are other methods, of course. So, it is very likely that if he doesn't know already, he will know at some point. I don't know that it can be prevented exactly.
And there is always the chance that he has more than one person.
If he can cast sending, he can just go do a sending to her.
Yeah, but she doesn't have to respond, does she? Because she obviously isn't
doesn't, but
happy with knowing what he's been doing.
Right, but no response is still information. And that's what she's saying, is that if suddenly his spy is no longer available for whatever reason, he knows something happened.
Wrote the letter before we even found, so she already had decided, even though she didn't send it, she'd already decided not to contact him anymore.
Oh yeah. So, so what I'm saying is that she's shrewd enough to understand that there are other ways.
Yeah, and there could be other people. So,
I would assume there is. There's very little chance that he's working with just one group. Not after this amount of time. The fewer people you have to report to or to get information from, the less there is to deal with if they're compromised. I would just say, when it comes to Corwin, be very, very careful. I will inform my nephew, and that will impede his freedoms among the city, as the king is aware that a treacherous snake lives among the streets. It will at least make things a little more difficult for him.
Okay. That sounds like a good idea.
His material assets could be frozen and such. I can't say I've had contact with him since, well...
The good old days? Yeah.
No. Since my initial binding, let's just say, and we all parted ways. Well, I do appreciate the information, and I will do what we can to act upon it without stirring up too much trouble. I don't want it to be open warfare in the streets of Dravia or any
absolutely not.
other retaliations of some sort. So
Nope.
we will proceed with caution.
Just wanted to keep you in the loop, really, and let you know what's happened
I
so far.
appreciate that very, very much. You are quite helpful in that regard. I appreciate that very, very much. And just settles more into Duchess mode than Hag mode.
Weird.
The voice does shift, and you will as the kind of most disconcerting is the fact that the mannerisms shift, where she's that prim, proper, old matronly lady to the somewhat hunched over, like leaning forward, like the body mannerisms flow and shift back and forth as the voice changes as well. It's just you can tell there's two different people in front of you, essentially.
That's creepy. All right. I will leave you in peace anyway.
The whole time, the person back here is just sort of standing there, arms folded across, are they're just kind of obviously watching, not really reacting to anything. They're just sort of standing there still.
Mm-hmm.
Need one more perception check. Okay. Roll for Grim as well, just to see if he. Oh shoot! I don't have Grim's. Let me just roll it here. It's fine. Okay. You will see that as he's standing there, arms folded, he's definitely sort of like you can see his fingers on the one hand on top there, just sort of moving occasionally, almost like the only real motion you see from him is just sort of that kind of this motion here, as he's obviously relaxed in his stance, but with the 16, you'll notice that there's definitely like he could spring to motion at any second. And the only motion he's doing is just sort of this idle, like fingers twitching, sort of rolling across there. And a faint gleam of metal.
I mean, if he's expecting us to pounce on her and try to kill her, one, we would have brought a full party. Two, we're not fucking stupid, are we?
I mean, he's still doing his job.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't expect anything else. I'm sure Grim is doing something similar as well while I'm standing here talking.
Grim is just sort of like this kind of weaving slightly, not quite like stumbling as I said, but he's definitely sort of like weaving back and forth a little bit and just like looking around. Obviously, he's making like no subtle motion. He's like looking around at things and staring hard at him, staring hard at there and looking at her, and he's obviously like watching the room, but yeah.
That was just Sora.
Yep. So, anything else?
No, I will leave you in peace to enjoy the festivities if that's what you're up to. And
Of course, I do appreciate you coming by.
Well, you know.
And any other information you want, please feel free to provide it and keep us apprised of the situation.
It's good to bring the whole the old soul home sometimes as well, I guess. It's like a feeling that
And with that, I mean, as you kind of like focus on that for just a moment, bring it up there is a faint like buzzing from the dagger. Not of warning, but like recognition.
I did show her the dagger last time. Okay.
And that you'll notice this time as I don't know if it happened before when you were here last time. I can't remember if it did or not. But it buzzes a little stronger as you walk by the little platform here.
By where? I didn't see any. Oh, there.
As you're leaving and walking by there, it buzzes a
Oh, the
little stronger.
broken sword.
hmm
Is that that's not his sword, is it?
It looks
Hmm.
old. There are pieces missing.
It's not the same sword that my dagger's made of, though, is it?
No. That was a giant black metal.
That was
thing.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, Trexier's blade was you saw it in your visions there. It's like bigger than you are. That appears to
I'm
be a
gonna
fine
ask her.
longsword.
I'm gonna ask her on the way out. May I touch this? Just, I'm
Oh.
getting a weird feeling from it.
Feel free. That was not surprising based on what you told me that
Nolan's
you might
sword.
recognize that it did belong to him. Yes. Those are what's all that's been recovered from the battlefield where he was slain.
That's where I found my dagger. I had a vision. I saw it happen.
Hmm. Tragic. I'm sorry to hear.
I'm sorry.
Well,
It was horrible.
and anyways, I mean, she's obviously would have been his granddaughter, so
Yeah.
just sort of. Yes, I'm sure it was quite tragic. Obviously, it set many things into motion, and without that occurrence, this may not have all happened the way it did. But his loss was definitely felt. It's a quite motivating factor in the course of history.
Was that the hag?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna touch the sword and see if I get any kind of.
There's not like a flash of anything else of that. You will. One thing you will. A bit of a memory will from there as you saw the strike that killed Nolan in that vision. The pit fiend, the massive creature sitting over them, swinging the sword down. The last thing you saw there, you remember in that vision there the sword coming up to block and it shattering as the black blade then hit. It broke the sword into pieces as the sword as the pit fiend's weapons slammed down into Nolan. So I think that sword itself was the one that and give me a perception check. Actually, one more perception check. Actually, with advantage as you're staring at this. Okay. You will see as you touch the sword there at the break. Right at the top of the blade from the hilt down to where the break initiates there. There is a black, like scorched mark on the steel itself. That sort of it almost like buzzes a little bit more in it's almost the same like feeling that you get from the dagger itself.
Okay.
Not the same like impression, just the fact that that's obviously like the weapon that destroyed the sword there scorched the blade a little bit. And maybe part of what carved off the piece that you hold now. It actually nicked the blade itself. Which is why you have a fragment that you do.
Yep. Okay.
I'm just standing across the way there, like, can we leave now?
Yeah. I'll turn around and thank her again, and I'll nod my head to him, and then I'll leave.
Of course. Enjoy the festivities.
You too. See you later.
Sort of like, right, and you guys head on out.
I'll do another send in to Lucas and go, we're out now. We left. We're in one piece. No one died.
All right. So it's maybe 20 minutes later or so, roughly. And you definitely get that. You get that sending.
Send it to Lucas. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
You were spending time with the little one. I didn't want to interrupt you. I was letting him know because he obviously knows where you are, and if anything happened, he would have come and told you. I was only telling him that I was okay because he was the one who knew that we were going there.
Well, we'll see that conversation happens later when you get back together again. Anything you want to reply there, Lucas, or just move on?
Yeah, I'm glad you're all right. I'm sure you'll tell us what happened when we're all together.
So Grim's like, so back to the tankard.
Yep.
Okay, good. We should just go ahead and drink ourselves into oblivion after that wonderful experience. God, that lady's creepy.
She is,
Darn.
but you know, she's
The short
very
stack-
powerful.
And the short stack behind her, he gives me the creeps. I don't know.
You mean the kobold that you keep calling him?
I mean it. Like, well, he knows he's not a kobold. He calls him that because he saw pale skin, not scales.
I know.
A little bit of black, a little bit of dark hair.
Hmm.
In the first time he saw him, at least.
Hmm. I don't know why he keeps calling him a kobold. It's weird.
Just because the one kobold you met has actually been
Yeah, with Sora's mum.
the one that guided you. Cast the one that guided you down into there. Kobolds in this world are not evil monsters.
Nope. I think he was maybe getting confused with the two.
It's okay. It is a common thing in other settings that they're evil, terrible creatures. But these guys are not. So, with that though, you're able to head back across the city as it is now dark and there is just the festivities raging. You're able to head over to the Tinker where the party is in full swing. The crowd has kind of moved in. It's actually somewhat crowded in there at this point. He kind of like pushes his way through the crowd and kind of making people part out of the way as you're able to head back to the high table there. Perrin has left the table temporarily, at least. You're not sure exactly where he is. Normally you don't see Perrin, but Ironar is still there. So he hops up into Perrin's spot and just like, smells like daisies.
What?
He's an elf. I mean, right? Just gonna.
Smells like
Oh.
daisies.
That's what he said.
What do I smell
he
like?
said.
Catnip.
Oh,
Don't answer that.
oh, you smell like forest and trees. I don't know.
That'll be from rubbing up against the druid.
That's what you want to call it, sure. And Ironheart kind of scoots out of the way to give you a space to sit there. He's actually kind of sitting sideways. So he's actually watching the band. And Mabel just sort of kind of scooted over a little bit more, so he's not sitting too close to her, essentially. And so she can and so you can kind of get this the semicircular booth is now sort of like shifted a little bit there. Sora, I would say the toddler will eventually, fall asleep. You will tire him out. He's learned a couple of new words and saying some things, like he's also saying boat, boat, boat. But he always says it 3 times, like boat, 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 boat.
Well, of course, because I said it 3 times. You get
Exactly.
him to say stupid thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he calls it now, boat, boat, boat.
Awesome.
And so you basically, he will eventually just sort of like curl up on the floor and pass out, and you can pick him up gingerly and take him off there. And at that point, Strega and Seraph will thank you profusely and take him to his bed, and then come back out there. Anytime you want to tire him out, and that's great with me. I would appreciate it. And it's like, yes, he's been quite the handful, but we are getting more used to it, I should say. It's a matter of dividing responsibilities, and we may have to hire some more people.
Well, you just have to play with him. It'll be fine. Trust me. Give him some time.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, we're already enjoying our time with him immensely. It's just tiring. Neither of us
Ah.
are used to a little one running around.
Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah.
He has learned to say a few words while you were gone. Not my fault, and I'm gonna leave on that note.
She's going on tea, on tea, on tea.
Yes.
Boop, boop, boop.
Essentially, he probably will settle into his Auntie Sore rather than
Auntie Sore.
Auntie Sore.
So,
Drops the
Yeah, Auntie Sore.
yeah. So
There's no
there's no he's yeah boat Auntie Sore. So Lucas, as you guys are having dinner, Alindra will get a little more serious, and I think that, I mean, as you know, I studied divination, and Janan is professor of divination and such. There's some troubling things looming on the horizon. I mean, we don't fortune telling and all that. It's just that's all garbage. But I mean, no one can predict the future. But it's more just like there are things out there, things happening. We did hear some worrisome information that there's problems in Drakal. But then there's problems in the south. The war with the giants on the southern border of Garvon is heating up again. But it's almost like they're just unfocused, just going crazy. The giants have always been a problem, but this is more. They're attacking the goblins to the east. They're attacking the stone giants to the goblins to the west of them, the stone giants to the east of them, and now they're threatening the borders of Garvon, the north of them. They're just lashing out in every direction. I don't know exactly what's happening there, but there's definitely reports now that the activity is heating up. And it's conflicting, strange reports of just forces ranging around, attacking almost at random. It's stretching the military to the south there a bit thin as they keep trying to push north in various places. There's no good front from what they're saying in the reports. I mean, I'm not telling you this to for you to do anything about it specifically, but I know you've been looking into things, and I know you went to Drakal or off to that direction there a while ago. Was there anything to the rumors and problems happening there?
Yes. I believe there is something. Someone was taking the children, or some children.
Well, that's never good, obviously.
Something below in the caves, we believe.
Something in the dark. Well, if I know you, and especially your friends, you're heading that direction, aren't you, at some point?
Yeah, at some point.
It's
Well,
like she knows you or something.
We believe that
right.
the trouble in the south is because one of the leaders has got a coin.
well, that would at least explain what some of the power we're talking about. if someone of some influence is directing them, or driving them into a frenzy, that would be more worrisome than anything. I mean, the giants are normally a problem, but not like they've been recently. Well, if I find anything else out, I can pass it along. If you let me know where you're going, what you're doing, at least I can help whatever information I can find. If Janan can find out some information as well, I'll make sure we pass it along.
Yeah.
I don't want to just suddenly stop hearing from you and not knowing where you're at.
I'm sure we've discussed it with the rest of the group as to where we're heading next.
Okay. Right. Well, with that business behind us, we should have. I mean, we can hang out here on our own, or maybe go out someplace.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Drinks, dancing, whatever.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. So she'll happily hop up and any place you have in mind in particular, or should we just see where the evening takes us?
Stop in the tumble tanker, yeah.
Sure, they should be having fun.
There's a band on.
Yeah. And so as you kind of help put away the dishes and stuff from dinner or whatever, and kind of she'll go and change her clothes, and you guys can head on down there. Thora, after dropping off the toddler and saying good evening for where are you headed?
Probably the only place I know where we would go if we were meeting back up, because we didn't discuss where to meet back up,
Sure.
would be the tumble tanker where we always sleep
Okay.
and eat.
Yeah, next door at the yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in that case, so by 9-ish, somewhere between 9 and 10, you are all back in the tumble tanker. The music is loud and raucous, quite good, but very heavy on the percussion, very heavy on the beats and everything like that. But a well balanced mix of instruments and voices and such, but very like there's that driving rhythm there that you can feel on the floor actually, as you walk in and approach. People are kind of half jumping and half dancing in the back there, as just kind of like in time with the things. Grimbar at this point is already passed out on the table, as he's been drinking pretty much all day long.
May need to
at
lay
this
on
point-
hands him a little bit just so he doesn't die.
He doesn't he's sleeping peacefully by the look of it there, so he doesn't look like he's not like throwing up or like showing any signs that he's in distress, but he's definitely out. They kind of have kind of tucked him back into the corner of the booth there. Perrin has returned. At this point, you're not sure where he was at, but he's now returned there, and
I'm gonna ask him, where have you been?
well, sometimes I do have to go out and do things or run errands or get things. I
Very
don't.
specific.
I'm not permanently attached to this seat. You realize?
All right.
It seems like that, I know, but as long as I'm reasonably certain that Mabel is being watched over, I can go and do a number of other errands and such.
Mhm.
And he just sort of somewhat half smiles at you, not to the point where it's like he doesn't like break out into a wide smile, but just sort of a little bit of a, like, for him it's like, wow, that's almost an expression.
Okay.
And so with that, you guys can spend the evening at a lively tavern, things going on, people all being there. Give me one last round of perception check.
Come on. Come on.
Perfect.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Perfect.
Me too. The
Go
last
for it.
time.
Roll that again. Absolutely.
You know, my whole 5.
19.
Pretty good.
Crit!
Yeah.
Excellent.
Great job.
Oh, Luke is awesome. Okay. So
Wow.
let me just.
Use your inspiration.
He did.
He did.
He rolled
Oh,
11
yeah.
first originally.
Oh God.
From a 2 to a 1. Okay. Okay. So, okay, actually. So, and with this, you're kind of scanning the crowd, watching things over there, kind of talking to folks there. And you will spot kind of in a the cloak pulled up there as they kind of come in the door, just not trying to sneak in, but just sort of like kind of looking around a little bit steady there, pulls the cloak down, and you will see the blonde hair and young looking face of oh my god, tell me her name. You know who I'm talking about.
I do.
One sec.
Kiva.
No, Kiva's
De-
redhead.
Delia?
Yes,
Delia?
thank you.
Delia?
Yes, that's,
Is it Delia or Delia?
let me just pull it up here. I will make sure I have it right.
Delia?
Yeah. Delia.
Delia.
Delia. You will see Delia step in. Just sort of looking around and then trying to sort of like the cloak is on there. She's dressed in a very nice looking dress, essentially, and just sort of like smiles and just kind of moves into the crowd, blending in quite nicely. Thora, you will spot a short figure in a black cloak slip in sort of the door, just kind of a few steps behind her, and sort of like disappear into the crowd across the way.
Okay.
Hmm,
I know who
okay.
that is.
Short figure in a black cloak. You just saw him.
Mm-hmm.
So, and with that, essentially, you don't see anything weird happen there. She gets a drink. She starts smiling and talking to people. She seems very at ease.
Weirdo.
Well, she doesn't she just smiles and kind of exchanges words with a few people in the crowd, as she moves there. And so you kind of track that and see that the person is obviously just moved into a spot on the other side of the room where you can keep eyes on her the whole time.
No, wave to her. Hi.
She waves you back.
I'm going to keep my eye on the small figure in the black cloak.
Sure. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
With a natural
Good.
20. The last
Can I
thing
Sorry.
you don't see so we'll call it here. But the last thing you see Sora, with a natural 20, because it just works out here. As he settles in there, you don't see him he's not like watching you or watching over there, but you'll see him just sort of like catch a coin, tuck it away. And as he does, as he's tucking it away, you will see the handle of a weapon on his belt. Pistol. And with that, we're going to call it for the day and see how we go on from here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
No.
No,
Trevor.
I
It's
know.
not Trevor.
No.
So, I want to thank you all for being here out there watching now and in the future. Hope you guys had fun. There are some changes that will be happening. We'll keep you apprised there. We'll see where things go here moving along. And hopefully we'll have a full cast again real soon, with everyone joining and potentially a new person filling in our empty space moving forward. But we'll have to see more details about that in the future here. But as always, thank you for hanging out at the Tanger. It's great to have you here. Thanks for on us, and we'll see you again real soon. Take care, everyone.